Alrighty, everybody, welcome back here to the Identity V Premier Tournament. We are here back on to the round of 16 here with day one, and we have a fun one coming up here. Riptide, one of the fan favorites, going up against Eclipse, our only team to air quote upset in the round of 32. So definitely going to be a fun one. We'll see if Eclipse can keep the dream ride along or if Riptide are going to crash it down. And once again, I'm Colonel Cass. Joining me today is my good friend Scott. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, and I'm very excited to see both matchups. Like you said, ECL, Eclipse, one of the few teams, or I think, right, the only one, right, to upset, and very impressive showing. And I'm very curious to see how they would do against Riptide, one of the fan favorites for sure.
Yeah, we do have a good one coming up here. Riptide, again, as mentioned, very, very successful in their round of 32 matchup. They played against Let Them Cook and won that matchup 16-2 in points, winning both rounds 8-1 in a 2-0 sweep. Eclipse had a bit of a closer one. After round 2, they were 10-7 in the lead with a 1-1 round score. They got a 4K in their overtime, insta-winning the round on the set to take it 2-1 against XOXO. So definitely some different stories between these two teams. Riptide, they have Z's, they have Santi, and another triad of fantastic players. You mentioned they're one of the fan favorites for sure. Definitely not the biggest surprise considering the names. Eclipse, they are going to be running with Seb, Nefero, Dylan, Malleus, and Blue Cow to start things out. Riptide, they have Shenxing Chu, Mimicry, and Shadling Pi joining the side of Z's and Santa Devil. So definitely going to be a fun one here as Riptide are going to call tails for the coin flip. Eclipse will have heads, and we'll get this show underway.
Very curious to see how both sides pan out for the teams. Very curious. Let's see how the coin flip goes.
I may as well give a little bit of a note. We should have a second stream starting up vaguely soon for anybody interested in WWW versus Sky. They have come to an agreement on their current situation, and they should be getting their match starting up relatively soon. But of course, for the moment, we're focused on Riptide. We're focused on Eclipse. As we'll get that coin flip underway. We'll move into our map ban, our map selection, then of course our faction selection as well. So definitely going to be interesting to see once we get going here. But may as well ask, do you have any predictions for this match? Is there anything that you want to see today?
I'm predicting that it would be a pretty close one, honestly. ECL has shown themselves to be like an underdog for sure with how they pulled out against EXO. But Riptide, their showing for their matchup was very impressive, so it could go either way in my opinion. What about you?
I think that there is definitely an air quote favorite going into this matchup, right? You look at the seeding, or the pseudo seeding that we have, you look at the previous results. I think Riptide are definitely the favorites today. Obviously, again, I hope the best for Eclipse. They're the sole team that has gotten an upset so far in the competition, so we'll see if they're able to do it again. I think that they're going to have to try and cook up some interesting compositions, some interesting picks, whether it be their Hunter, their map picks, or their Survivor decisions as well. So definitely going to be fun to see what the side of Eclipse have cooked up for us today, as they've definitely
Colonel, it seems like they just finished a coin flip and Riptide wins and they get to pick or ban a map now. So we'll be going into the picks and bans for the maps.
We'll see what they are going to choose to elect when it comes to that picking or banning. As again, the team that bans a map does get faction selection, so we'll see what it is going to be here, what they want to go for, if they want to pick a map or ban a map and get that faction selection, as it does look like they are going to opt to pick a map, so we'll see what they're wanting to go for, but we'll bounce it back over. Eclipse are going to get to ban whatever they want. Again, I believe we have 9 maps in rotation, so we'll see what Eclipse want to take away. Then Eclipse, of course, are going to have that faction selection for the first matchup as well. So Eclipse are going to ban away Red Church here, as a couple of them
What an interesting pick to ban. What do you think about that, though? Banning the Red Church early on, round 1.
I mean, you look at Santa Devil and you think about what he's able to play in the champion, the character pool available for him, and Red Church, one of those very, very small maps that I think a lot of the characters he has a lot of talent with are definitely pretty strong on. Again, you think of some of those round 1 picks like the Goatman or the Hullabaloo, definitely love small maps, get that tempo, rush it out quickly because you can just get anywhere so quickly. So they are going to get rid of Red Church. They're probably trying to force us onto a little bit of a larger map. Obviously, we have a lot of them, Ever Sleeping, Chinatown, Lakeside, a lot of these super large maps. So we'll see what Riptide want to go to here. They're not going to get that option of the Red Church, but have a lot of other places. They could go Darkwoods, an option in the map pool. I know people have been talking about a little bit potentially making some appearances, not necessarily in this set specifically, but overall wouldn't be the I would definitely be surprising, as we'll see what they go for. It is going to be Moonlit River Park here.
Moonlit. And what are your thoughts on picking Moonlit right away? A pretty hunter-sided map, but not too ideal for Goatman or Hala, as they have to travel great distances to get across and chase new targets. It's a pretty tough map for them specifically, but a very hunter-sided map overall for other hunters.
Yeah, I think this is definitely going to be an interesting pick. The Survivor side on Moonlit River Park obviously have a lot that they can get going for them. Trying to make a good plays around the coaster definitely adds a bit of a different dynamic compared to a lot of the other maps in the game. And while other maps obviously do have their own little goofy shenanigans going on, Moonlit River Park or Moon River Park definitely going to be focused on the coaster as the one of the major point of interest that survivors can use to try and help them stall out a little bit. So we'll see how Santa Devil and Blue Cow want to play around that. Obviously, this is one of the maps that appears quite a lot, whether it's getting banned away or picked up, but Riptide, they opt to pick it here, so I'm definitely interested in what type of composition they're going to want to run here, as we do have the side of Eclipse opting to send their Hunter first, so we will have Blue Cow going up against Shen Qingchu, Zizvov G, Mimicry, and the side of Shadling Pai here, going into round one. Definitely some interesting choices here.
For sure, and especially on a map like Moonlit, certain compositions are going to be very difficult to work with, having to make that distance and having to use that coaster, which makes the entire gameplay way more like, unique in a way. Probably the only map with such a weird thing on it. I'm very curious to see how it goes for both sides.
Yeah, we'll let all of our players get here into the lobby. We'll obviously give them a little bit, finish up any final preparations that they may have to get ready to go, and then we'll send things along here. Round one, half one, it'll be the Riptide Survivors up against the Eclipse Hunters. Eclipse, this is definitely one of the rounds that you want to get a strong result in, as again, Riptide, definitely a very strong team. They had fantastic results winning their first set 16-2, so definitely a strong team. They've proven already that they can win these rounds early, and they can get massive leads if you allow them to. So Eclipse already on the burner here. Again, the only team with an upset, looking for another one here, as we'll see what they want to send out here. Blue Cow could expect the Hula, could expect the Goatman, potentially stepping away to something else as well. So definitely a lot of options here. Obviously, it's round one. There's no global bans, so not really the biggest surprise that there are a lot of these options to go for. But
and it seems like we'll be heading right into the picks and bans the first half of round one on Moonlit, with Blue Cow doing the first two bans. Colonel, what do you think that Blue Cow's trying to aim for here?
At this point, I think you're definitely trying to at least tie this round as an entire team here. So I think that Blue Cow would love to pick up, obviously you'd love to pick up a 4K here if you're the Hunter and secure that very strong opening half, but we'll see exactly what they want to go for here. It is going to be the Embalmer ban, it is going to be the Antiquarian ban, so taking away some of these more stable characters away from the side of the Riptide Survivors, as we'll see what they want to go here for their Survivor pickups. Puppeteer going to be the first hover here. We'll see if they want to go ahead and chip that. Definitely wouldn't be the most surprising thing here given the map, but we'll give them a little bit of time and see what this decision is going to be. Puppeteer still being hovered for the moment, as they have just a couple seconds to get that second pick, and it's going to be the Puppeteer. No, it's going to be the Doctor.
It's going to be a no pick, actually. They did not pick either, and it seems like we're going to quickly pause right here and try to figure out what's going on. But if they continue with Lucky Guy and Doctor, that would be a very awkward situation to be in. This has happened before in a couple matchups where the team has not picked a character and they had to push through it. If they hypothetically did, what do you think would be the situation, Colonel? It's very tough to work with here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Doctor is okay into a couple characters, but at this point, Blue Cow would just never pick a character that gets countered by something like a Doctor. Obviously, we don't expect like a Hermit round one, but if he was thinking about it, this definitely wouldn't be the case. So we'll see what the decision is going to be. It looks like they are going to allow a reset of the lobby here, so they are going to give them that kindness, and we'll get everything set back up here, and then we will head right back on in. I would expect to see pretty similar bans here when it comes to what the Hunter is going to do with that Embalmer and that Antiquarian. But obviously, we'll give a little bit. We'll let the players get back into the lobby, and then we'll get going once again here.
And again, that was very kind of ECL. They didn't have to do that, but, you know, Eclipse is very kind to do so. And it seems like we'll be having everyone join back in, and we're going to start very shortly. Colonel, I have a question. What do you think exactly they were going to pick for the first two? They were hovering over Puppet, if I'm not wrong, and then there wasn't exactly anything else, but there's so many options you could do round one. I don't know what serves they would pick there. Expecting a Goatman or a Hala round one, ideally.
Yeah, it looked like at the very end of that timer right before they got auto-locked, it looked like they were hovering Gravekeeper on that second slot and just couldn't quite lock it in. So we'll see if my eyes doth deceive me here, and we'll see what they do want to go for. Puppeteer Gravekeeper was what I believe the two hovers were there for the side of Riptide, and yeah, it is going to be what they want to go for. So Puppeteer Gravekeeper here on 1-2, and I think this is definitely pretty stable. Gravekeeper, definitely known as a very, very safe rescue character, obviously can get up to the chair without really getting hit at all. Puppeteer obviously very, very strong against some of these characters. If he can get a good Lewis against a Hula, he can extend these chases for a very, very long time. So we'll see.
And we'll be getting a Novelist ban here, banning another Kiter, and I'm not too sure what they could possibly pick here, but you know, Novelist ban very strong, has shown himself to be a strong Kiter within Koa as well, and within his tourney. Novelist showing good results so far. I can't exactly tell what they're gonna pick, but they have already two strong picks in Grave, as you said, being able to cross across the map and take multiple hits. And seems like we're going to take the fire. What do you think about that, Colonel?
I mean, I think Finn is definitely a pretty interesting one here, as again, they're just looking for something to help harass, help stall out some chases. Obviously, those airbags can buy a decent bit of time here, get the Survivor some space. The Hunter has to decide to break it or keep chasing, and if he doesn't end up breaking them, obviously Fire Investigator can just go right around and pick it back up. So definitely going to be a solid pick here. Fire Investigator has definitely been rising in popularity over time, so not too surprised to see it picked up here. And as we'll see what the final pick is going to be, the ban was a Psychologist from the Hunter. So Puppeteer, Gravekeeper, Fire Investigator, and there's one of the ones I was looking at. Priestess and Seer were both left unbanned. The side of Riptide, they hold on to the Priestess. It's not going to be global banned away from them. So Puppeteer, Gravekeeper, Fire Investigator, global banned after this round. Priestess, though, going to get picked up and will remain open here.
And this is a very interesting composition, actually, Colonel, because if you look at it, there's two slow decoders. Fire has a 5% decoding debuff, but it's not too bad. But you have Grave with a 20% debuff and Priestess with a 25% debuff. Decoding is really slow, and they would have to make that up with a decent kite. It's pretty risky here, but it's an interesting play from the Riptide serves. And I just want to know what Blue Cow would play into this, because he does have the advantage when it comes to the pacing of the game already with two slow decoders like that. Very interesting to see.
Yeah, we'll give the survivors a little bit of time to finish up their talents here as we get things good to go. We'll see exactly what they want to go for. It is going to be Z's on the Puppeteer, Shen Qing Chu on the Gravekeeper, Mimicry on the Fire Investigator, and Shadling Pie on the Priestess. So we'll see what they are going to be able to do here as they finished up their talents, and it is going to be the
Goatman
from Blue Cow, as definitely not the biggest surprise in the world to see one of these meta characters come out, as hasn't actually locked it in yet, is going to unhover the Goatman, moves over, it's going to be a Dream Witch.
Dream Witch! Okay, and looks like we're going to be getting a Dream Witch, but Blue Cow is known for his Dream Witch, as he does play it quite often in rank. This isn't a bad comp for Dream Witch either. It's just that Dream Witch does struggle a bit on this map, as if you have one person die on one side, you can just ignore the rescue and just play for a tie. And with Dream Witch needing a 4K ideally in this position, it's just a tough play on this map. I don't know about you, Colonel, but this is looking like an uphill battle for Blue Cow now, as he's not playing one of the meta.
Yeah, we are going to move on to area selection here. Not the biggest surprises. A person in the main building here, the two-story of the Puppeteer going to be at stop 1, Fire Investigator at stop 4, and then the Gravekeeper up on that northwestern side of the map. As we do see the talents, it is going to be a triple tide turner for everybody except for the Fire Investigator. We'll have a borrowed time on that Fire Investigator and the Gravekeeper. We'll have knee-jerk reflex on the Puppeteer and on the Priestess, and then Fire Investigator going to be our sole flywheel feel for this game. So definitely worth keeping in mind here. We're going to have the Dream Witch spawning down here by this south bridge and the moving carousel. So does have an option to move over toward the Fire Investigator or the Priestess here. Obviously could always make that move over towards the Gravekeeper or the Puppeteer, but I would definitely expect him to stay on the south side.
And as you said, two good options right here, Fire and Priestess. In my opinion, they would chase the Fire here, but they could also just give up and sell the Fire if they go for him right away. It's a very tough position as Dream Witch when you have to bring your leeches all around the map and you only get a certain distance to do so. Just that Riptide can make a good Cypher plan and have a decent enough kite to bring this out to just get at least a tie, setting themselves up for a good position for the second half of round 1. It seems like we'll be heading right into the matchup now.
Yeah, we're moving on in, getting things to go as we are flying on in here. Round 1, half 1. Riptide Survivor is going to be going up against the Eclipse Hunters here. Definitely going to be a fun time in a Dream Witch round 1. We'll see how the side of Blue Cow is able to do.
And good luck to both teams as the match starts.
Yeah, we'll see which way the side of Blue Cow is going to want to go, and it is going to be on up towards this Priestess here. Shadling did spawn out behind, so we'll see which way they are going to go, as they do actually go ahead and send a portal in. Blue Cow going to take it out as they'll follow on to the Priestess here. Going to go try and chase down the side of Shadling. We'll see the Leech come out here in just a little bit onto this Priestess, as we'll see which way Blue Cow wants to go with it, and we'll see how the Priestess does here for this inaugural kite of our game and our set, as a bit of a
but wins the mind game. Holy, what a quick and interesting start here. Portals right away and playing around with both leeches, but gives the free hit in the first 30 seconds of the game. And looks like they're gonna drop the Patroller.
Yeah, main body Patroller here going to come over towards the Priestess, as we'll see Blue Cow should be able to get this hit on Shadling. The pallet's not going to get dropped in time, so a nice down there as crazy start to the chase there. Priestess drops the pallet, potentially on the wrong side. Might have been a misinput there. Then 360s the Dream Witch follower there to get around it, dodges that hit, then revaults the pallet, does extend that chase for quite a bit of time.
And it seems like Puppet will be going in for the rescue, but it's caught from afar with the leech, being caught out of position, and now Blue Cow taking full control over the game. Looks like this is tough for them to work with, but Grave shoveling over, coming in. It's a far walk, though. Can he get it before half?
Yeah, we'll see how quick he ends up being here. It is going to be another Leech coming out from the side of Dream Witch. Is going to put that over towards the side of that Puppeteer, as Blue Cow going to come in, continue pressuring onto that backside, as here comes the Gravekeeper. It is an after half rescue here, so could potentially try and stall it out for as long as possible. Going to sit in the shovel realistically as long as he's able to, as a lot of followers over in the area comes out. It will be a hit onto the Gravekeeper. Priestess is going to get de-chaired here. Tide Turner on the Gravekeeper will enable them to stall for at least a little bit here, but Shadling Pie definitely going to be in quite a bit of danger here. Going to send the portal to the far
and uses
side.
the portal, putting himself in an ideal position, Colonel, making his way around God Kite, but this is a really tough position to work in. He's getting sandwiched. Can he make it out of here?
Yeah, nice Dream Witch play here. Priestess is going to go down, and it will be what should be our first kill of the match here. Dream Witch putting a little bit of pressure on the Gravekeeper still with the followers, but we'll see how Shenxing's able to do to it as Priestess.
And changes the blink and uses blink right on the Grave, getting another down. This is a very strong position as they have two whole ciphers to work with. And another person down and one person about to be chaired. I don't know about you, Colonel, but this is a very tough position just to work with overall. And, whoa, Priestess heals up!
Yeah, it is going to be a pretty long time there going for the Gravekeeper. Priestess, Shadling able to pick themselves up here, so potentially a miscalculation, but they do still have this follower's blink, so it is going to be a blink down, as it will be once again another down on to the Priestess here. Shouldn't be the most difficult in the world to get this kill now, as it will be Gravekeeper going on a chair. Priestess wasn't able to get anything extra, just a little bit of time. It stalled, obviously, the one blink from the follower, but Priestess, Shadling has been sent back to the manor. It will be a 1k at least for Blue Cow. 3 ciphers done, 20% on the 4th here, but they've got to get something going to save the Gravekeeper. Puppeteer does have Tide Turner still, so we'll see which way they want to go for it. It looks like Z's potentially going up here onto the second stop.
Do you think he's going to be dropping down on the chair? And he does drop down on the chair and gets a hit! Not able to be using his puppet, but the Tide activates. Both of them separating, but two characters add damage and one with a leech. This is not an ideal position for the Riptide. Whoa! And the Riptide serves just barely hanging on. Can he push 2 more ciphers? And he wins the mind game!
Yeah, I'm shocked there, but the Dream Witch not going to get the hit there in time as Blue Cow going to re-leech onto this Puppeteer here, go for another hit, trying to get this down. Stun not going to come out here. Puppeteer will now go down, not going to pop that Lewis in time there as well, as we will see a move now. Blue Cow trying to put some pressure onto the Fire
Investigator. And he gets another hit on the Fire Investigator. Every single person is damage, Colonel, and I don't know what they can really do. They have 1.5 cipher basically needed to be completed, and everyone is damaged. No one can really get the rescue on the Puppeteer. I just don't see a good position for them to get anything more than a tie.
Yeah, and we'll see the side of Gravekeeper backing away now over to the corners. Again, it is going to be the Dream Witch taking a lot of pressure into this game. Blue Cow, fantastic work so far. 1 kill on the Priestess. Puppeteer now going to hit the second half before they can realistically get on to the save. So we'll see how Blue Cow is going to do here, trying to keep pressure on the Cypher, as again, it's starting to look like at least a 3K, if not all 4. So it is going to be Mimicry coming on over on the Fire Investigator, going to get leeched, as again, a lot of work being done to make sure this Puppeteer goes unrescued, as Z is not going to be able to get the most value in the world off of that pick there, as Mimicry is going to come over. I'm shocked by the blink here from the Dream Witch, but just trying to rotate around, get around to the side. So will be a follower coming out here as Blue Cow going to try and maneuver a play onto the Fire Investigator.
Oh, and he catches him and sandwiches him. He doesn't need to play this fast. He can just sandwich it, slowly get the down. There's no rush. And he does get the down on Fire, just needing a chair. But he can just push the Gravekeeper. Gravekeeper can't really do anything here. There's 1 whole cipher remaining, and there's just not much they can do here. Slugging out the Fire and chasing after the Grave. If Fire heals up, Fire gets farmed by the other... wait, no, there is no leech, but this is not an ideal position for the serves to be in.
Yeah, Mimicry will have that exit path when they want to use it here, as it will be back into the shovel for the Gravekeeper here. We'll just go ahead and hit it. It's going to get stunned on the pallet here, but again, you're not really stalling for that much. Mimicry gets himself up, is going to immediately start working on this Carnival Cypher, but is just going to get turned on here, so the Tent Cypher not going to get that much value. Blue Cow, another leech here onto the Fire Investigator, just to stay in the area and keep some harassment onto them, as it will be a turn back to this Fire Investigator. If you can get him down, you know he can't pick himself back up, so you just have to focus on that Gravekeeper, who should have seen the dungeon there in this back corner of the map, as he'll start decoding elsewhere for the moment. Dream Witch,
and it seems like Dream Witch does have blink here. She can just blink down the Fire if she gets close enough. She just needs the opportunity to do so. She gets it. Fire is being slugged out, and now Grave all on his own on the other side of the map. Can Dream Witch make it across in time to stop him? And it seems like she will, seeming like just like a 4K and getting 5 points for Blue Cow. Just a very tough position to be in, and a surprise pick working out in Blue Cow's favor here.
Yeah, we are going to see the leech back onto the Gravekeeper. Gravekeeper, of course, knows already that the Dream Witch in the area, instantly working on trying to de-leech here, as we'll see if the stun comes out here. But no, nice play by Blue Cow. It's going to get the hit through the pallet, as it will be onwards now. Going to be a 4K here for the side of Eclipse here. It's a really successful opening round. They can no longer lose it, as again, they should know the dungeon in this back corner. Mimicry, he's trying to crawl somewhere, but he's not really going to have any chance of getting any super big value across the map. So we'll wait for Blue Cow. Now they are just going to go ahead and surrender it, and congratulations to Eclipse. Blue Cow Hunter here, 4 Ks and grabs 5 points to open up the set.
And that is very surprising. The low tier team here really showing up here, trying to prove that they are something with an instant 4K. Very impressive showing overall. And as well as Riptide serves having really tough globals to work with what is it again? Puppet, Fire, and Grave. Pretty difficult situation overall, but we'll be heading into the second half with Santi as their hunter for Riptide.
And yeah, Riptide now really looking at needing a 4K here. And again, if they don't get the 4K, it's not at the end of the game or the set by any means, but it definitely becomes a little bit more difficult for Riptide to get another win in their books if they don't get a 4K here. So we'll see how Santa Devil does on it, as again, it is going to be a 5-0 opening half. So he does need to secure all 4 kills here to get that a tie on the round. So the survivors here, they know that they don't need to do anything super fantastic, need to get one escape, which against Santi round 1 is definitely going to be fantastic for them to pick up a round win here, as again, they're definitely on to the right start here in trying to find another upset against one of these fan favorite teams. So we'll see how they are going to do here as we move over to the other side of it, and we'll have the Eclipse survivors up against Riptide's Hunter.
Exactly, and keep in mind, Blue Cow did use Dream Witch round 1, so he does have both Goman and Hulla safely for round 2, making it just even more of a stronger position for them. But you can't count Riptide out. They did an impressive showing for their first matchup of this tourney. I'm sure they can do way more following into the second half.
Yeah, we'll let the players all get into the lobby here, as we'll see what it is going to be. As Santa, it is worth noting for those of you who keep an eye on the social media, Santa Devil will be allowed to play on an alt account due to the issue he ran into with his main account this morning.
I forgot, I heard about that.
Yeah, we'll definitely wish him the best of luck when it comes to having that presumable mistake or whatever ended up happening overturned. But for the moment, he will be allowed to play on an alternate account for the sake of this matchup or the rest of this tournament. So we'll see the Eclipse survivors all in the lobby here. We'll give them a little bit of time to get the Hunter in and ready to go here, as we'll wait just a little bit here, and then we'll get going onwards again. It is going to be a Moon River Park here. Eclipse survivors, of course, haven't played a survivor round yet, so not going to be up against any global bands here, so we'll see what they want to go for.
Very curious to see. I'm very curious to see what Hunter Santi would play against them. He could just go to meta, but seems like these servs know how to handle the meta when they first played their first matchup. Would be a tough call on how to do it. And you gotta keep in mind, Santi needs to get a 4K just to tie the match and go into round 3 and putting themselves into an ideal position. So it's just a really tough position to be in as Riptide. Very fun to see though. And it seems like we're gonna be getting Riptide's Hunter in here a little bit. In a little bit.
Yeah, and I made a little mistake there when it was adding the account, so gonna get the mod in there to get the right account added up, get them in the lobby, then we'll be moving on once again, as we'll see what they are going to go for the side of Eclipse. Their survivors, they are going to be bringing in Seb, Nefero, Dylan, and Malleus, of course, as we'll move on in. We've gotten Santi in the lobby now, so we'll send it in to game number 2 here, as we are in round 1's second half. Again, very successful start to the series for the side of Eclipse. 5-0 lead Riptide. If they want to tie things up, they need to pick up all 4 kills, and we are good to go here for our character selection and banning phase, as we'll see what they are going to ban here for the Hunter side. Again, we saw the Embalmer banned
again,
Aquarian, so we'll see if that is going to be what the side of Santa Devil wants to ban here. For the side of Riptide, wouldn't be the biggest surprises in the world, but we'll give them a little bit of time. It is going to be Embalmer, then they're going to move over to the Gravekeeper ban.
Embalmer, Grave ban. Very good bans on this map. Embalmer being able to put the coffin on one side and Dyna on the other. And Grave being one of the few rescuers being able to traverse through the map and also handling the meta. Whoa, and seems like we'll be picking a rescuer right away. And Prisoner, First Officer and Prisoner being the first 2 picks. Very ideal. But the Prisoner, what a surprise pick. I don't know how it's going to work out, but that is very interesting to see on how Eclipse can work out with that.
Yeah, he's going to move over. He's going to ban away that Fire Investigator. We saw it picked up 3rd last match. It won't be able to join the roster this time, as First Officer and Prisoner currently picked up for the side of Eclipses. We'll see what they want to move on to for this 3rd pick here. They do already have a Decoder and a Rescuer, so wouldn't be surprised to see a Kiter or a Harasser come out here, as it will be the Aeroplanist coming out. Definitely a solid pickup, has been played an incredibly large amount during the last KOA. He ended up being the most played survivor lifesaver out of every character in the game. So not a big surprise to see him come out. Definitely has had a lot of success into Goatman and into the Hullabaloo. So we'll see if that is going to be what Santi wants to play here, but it will be the mechanic final ban. Hubbard out here is going to go ahead and take that away. Doesn't want to go into the Cypher Rush, potentially a double decode from the mechanic and the prisoner. 5v1 with tethers. Tethers could become a bit of a hassle, but it is going to be the Acrobat fourth pick here. So it'll be first officer, prisoner, aeroplanist on the global bans. Acrobat going to be protected here for the side of Eclipse, as it will be the final comp. Malleus on FO, Nefero on prisoner, 13 on aeroplanist, and Seb on the Acrobat.
And this composition is fairly strong. They have prisoner with the fast decoding, a strong rescuer in first officer, aeroplanist who can also be a sub rescue, and also has that decoding buff, complementing many team compositions, and the Acrobat as a strong kite. If you're Santi here, this is a very strong team to work against, and you gotta play something very good, or surprise him off with a surprise pick hunter.
Oh!
And he does with the wheel here, picking the wheel, needing the 4K, keeping his meta open. But will the wheel be enough, Colonel?
I think it's definitely possible. As a wheel player myself, I definitely wouldn't be upset to play wheel into this composition. Obviously, some things like first officer can be a little bit tricky at sometimes, but definitely not the most unstable composition for a breaking wheel to be against. And considering Santi knows he needs a 4K, I like the idea of going for potentially a little bit of a higher risk, higher reward pick here. As obviously not saying breaking wheel is a massive risk. Obviously one of the stronger tiers of characters in the game, not necessarily meta, but definitely not a super big shock to see him picked up here. So we'll see which way Santi wants to go. It is going to be the same spawn formation as aeroplanist and acrobat in danger.
And Colonel, I do have a question. You said that you're a wheel main. Is this good? Is his composition good enough to get a 4K? Because he does need to get a 4K to tie round 1. And aeroplanist is fairly good there. They got acrobat in a good spot. First officer can handle it. And you also have prisoner farthest one away in terms of spawn, and look at their builds. This is not too good to deal with, as they have the 2 weakest characters probably against him with flywheel. I don't know how this is going to turn out, but this is a very tough position for wheel overall still.
Yeah, I think it's definitely possible for him to get a 4K here. Again, obviously, any game can be a 4K or a 4 escape, but we'll see how Santi does. Obviously, it is going to come down to how he plays the wheel, and if he is able to find out all 4 of these kills when it comes to actually finding that successes. We'll see how it is going to go here. Aeroplanist, acrobat on the south side, first officer, prisoner on the north side, breaking wheel between those two Southsiders, acrobat, aeroplanist. Likely gonna see one of them, probably the aeroplanist, be this first chase, as we're gonna move in round 1, half 2, with the Riptide Hunter up against the Eclipse Survivors. Eclipse Survivors need a single escape here to get a round win.
And good luck to both teams. This will be an exciting performance for sure with a surprise pick wheel. Ready to see how this pans out.
As yeah, we are going to move straight on in here. We'll see which way Santi is going to want to go here, as it is going to be a look. Actually, might head over to the first officer here, as he's looking to head quite a bit north, as Malleus going to be the first chase here on the FO. Wants to get rid of this super stable rescuer, so we'll see how he does here. Is going to try and catch onto this first officer. First needle, barely going to miss there on a chance of it. Is going to go ahead and use this speed boost, trying to catch up here, struggling a little bit.
And he wins, and then the first officer will he proc and he wins the Pilot Mind game, holding on to that pocket watch just for a little longer. He goes back into wheel form, but first officer has a window now. This area got buffed recently, and he's just gonna give up and go for acrobat.
And yeah, I mean, the start to that is just so rough for the breaking wheel. Obviously, first officer didn't even have to use a watch, just burned a pallet, got to a window, and it's really nice start here for the Eclipse Survivors. One needle onto the acrobat, as Santi is going to drop the wheel form here. We'll see a move upwards here as acrobat will be forced to control this window. Nice arrow shot to the wheel. Really unfortunate for the side of Seb. Nice by the wheel, gets the terror shock, and acrobat potentially just turns that momentum back in favor of the hunter.
This is now looking like a very good position for the hunter, being able to chair on a cipher, pushing prisoner away from it. First officer going in for rescue, but he's trying to get a small spike onto the prisoner, gets it, goes back to chair, and pressures the rescue right away. The ciphers are looking a little slow now because of the poor position that he's been in, but he hits the first officer, giving Acro the chance to rebound. Can he do anything with it, though?
Yeah, he could have considered going for a blink hit there onto the Acro, but he knows he has Tide, so gonna try and just go for the needle play here as Acro is gonna hop over this wall. I think it'll just be a blink from Santi, but oh no!
And he misses the blink!
Get it. Oh,
This
really
is giving
unfortunate.
Acrobat a second chance at life. He needs to work with this, make something out of that poor position that he was put in. Can he do it, though? He needs to just kite long enough for them to get one person out. And looks like 2 spikes, 2 are down.
Yeah, there's just going to be the snap there. It is a max presence wheel now, so definitely nice of him to have gotten that hit onto the first officer off the rescue. So has the full presence now, going to become a pretty big threat here as Aeroplanist going to go into the air, go straight toward the rescue. The Aeroplanist does have Tide as well, so we'll see a move. We'll see if the wheel can get a quick one onto it. As one thing worth noting, despite the depth we are in the game, the Cypher progress has been really stunted here for the survivors. They're done with 1 and they're at half on another 3, but the Cypher progress is pretty slow here for the survivors. So despite, again, some of the unfortunate situations that the Hunter had here, again, it's really not the end of the world. A snap can come out here and it will down the Acrobat here. Snap available, gets the trap and gets it. It's just going to be a nice play here as the Acrobat once again going to be thrown on this rocket chair, as definitely should be the end of days for him as Eclipse's Seb is going to go down. He will be the first player sent back, and again, despite the match length, this decoding is so stunted here for the survivors that it's still a completely fine game here, and Santa Devil should be on pace for a 4.
And it looks like he's going to get the spike onto the first officer. He just needs to get a snap on him. This is still a pretty good spot for him, even with the very beginning of the game being a little rough. Sure, 3 Cyphers do have a lot of progress, but you still have another one that you need to push through, and it's just a lot of work. Sure, they have the prisoner who can just decode from afar, but it's just not the ideal position you want as serves when you need to just get one person out. Airplane is going in for the rescue on the wheel, dashing on in, getting early.
Oh no, Airplanist! Okay,
And he gets the rescue, though!
He's going to get instant here. It could have been very, very dangerous. Almost got out of the wheel form in time to hit the Aeroplanist, but get to the rescue here. Aeroplanist is going to go on chair. First officer did expend to watch there, but here's the real problem. First officer is injured and prisoner wants to keep decoding, so this could become a very, very bad turn for the side of Eclipse. First officer gets needled once. The wheel now going to come on it, but a beautiful trap under his feet here, and prisoner going to need to figure out what they want to do here. Again, they only need the 1 escape for the moment, so we'll see what they want to do for it. Prisoner tether going to get broken here. Not going to be able to pop that 4th Cypher from range. And at this point, the breaking wheel knows exactly where this prisoner is. Saw that Cypher wiggling. As prisoner does have access to the tram stop here, can get on that roller coaster and go to station 2, but he's just going to get back on the decoding here. And Santa Devil, there's a lot he can make happen here to get the 4th. Nefero trying to hide behind the coaster. Santa Devil going to fly on over, pops out those extended needles, as it will be Nefero onto the coaster. Ends up sending it without him, though, and he has Blink. This should be a 4K here. Santa Devil has turned it around. Prisoner needs to play this perfect. Shot comes out, and it's going to be the Blink hit. Nice work by Santa Devil. Gets a 4K on the wheel, and we're tied 5 points apiece, 1-1.
And it seems like we're going to be heading into a potential round 3. Not even potential. We're going to be having a round 3 of this matchup. No clean sweep for either team, and this is very interesting to see the low tier team holding on. And that was still an impressive showing from them in that game. If only the Acrobat could hold on and get a faster vault, that game could have panned out differently. But good props to Santi for being able to get the 4K and tying up the score.
Yeah, again, as you mentioned, that slow vault there coming out from the Acrobat to start the game and get the Hunter his first down was definitely a momentum shift that Santa Devil is very, very grateful for. There's still ways that he can get back into that game without it, but it's a super, super nice gift that he was able to get that down there with that Terror Shock. So Acrobat is going to go down there. The rest of the team, of course, fell afterwards. It's 5-5 now. We are going to move onwards now. Round 2. No sort of substitutions going to come out from either team, as we'll flip the script now. Riptide, they'll have the option to ban a map, select faction, and then it'll be the side of Eclipse here picking up our map. What would you expect here when it comes to these bans?
I mean, we have both Moonlit and what was the map that was banned? Red Church? Yeah, so both maps are gone here. And if I'm on either side of the team, I just want a map that can help out the Hunter the best. So speaking of map that the Hunter would like Eversleeping, maybe being a very Hunter-sided map would be ideal, as you want your Hunter to be most comfortable and confident going into round 2. keeping that momentum as they both sides got 4Ks. You want to keep that momentum shifting on your favor as much as you can.
And we'll see what it is going to be it here, as again, both hunters currently finding a lot of success. As we'll move onwards now, we'll give a little bit of time before we get these map bans officially locked in here, as again, no substitutions for either side, so we will see the same 5 players coming out for both teams here, as it will be up to Riptide to ban that map. Again, they'll have the faction selection after we see what map it is going to be, but definitely going to be interesting here. You mentioned it after the first half, but it stands true now. Neither hunter played either of those top tier meta picks, so
I was about to bring that up, in fact,
Colonel and Boatman, both still available.
Yeah, both still available. I was just about to bring that up. Both sides don't have both have the 2 meta hunters for round 1 open. They could just play one of those into it, as they still can push themselves for a 4K even, or even just a 3K, to put their team into an ideal position here. They just need to make sure that the right map goes on ahead and that they're playing into the right comp. If I'm not wrong, what were the globals again, Colonel, for both sides?
I know that we had the, what was the first pick there? Puppeteer, Fire Investigator, and the Gravekeeper for the first side. For the second side, it was everybody but the Acrobat, so if my memory serves, Aeroplanist, First Officer, and Prisoner should be unavailable for them. So we'll see how it is going to go here. Obviously, a couple characters going to be unavailable for either side here. Obviously, the Hunters, Dream Witch and Breaking Wheel, no longer playable for their respective Hunters that have already piloted them. As we'll move onwards again, now we're going to get these map selections started here. So Riptide do have the option to ban a map. Again, Red Church, Moon River Park, both banned already, so not going to be available for banning or selecting here in round number 2, as we'll see what it is going to be here. Again, Riptide just waiting for them to ban.
Very curious to see what they would ban, but with the globals again, both sides having very strong characters out. ECL, Eclipse, having First Officer gone, probably the strongest rescue in the game, as well as Aeroplanist, the most picked character in KOA. Very strong characters gone. And with Riptide, they lost both Puppet and Grave and Fire. Being very popular round 2. Just a very tough position for both sides to be in, as they both lost very good characters. What would you do in this situation? As you just need to get one person out for your team at least, against 2 potential meta hunters right into round 2.
As I say, realistically, at the end of the day, it's always going to come down to finding success in chases. There's a lot of ways to make it happen. There's a lot of ways for the hunters to shut them down, but being able to stall a lot at the earliest parts of the game, I mean, we saw the First Officer there. It was a fantastic start for the Eclipse survivors, but again, we have to keep looking back at that Acrobat Terror Shot, because it really is what changed the pace of the game. It would have been a 3/4 hit if he just got the normal hit with a spike, could have potentially gotten the vault before he took damage, and again, I'm sure the Acrobat there has already thought about 5 different ways he could have not died there. A bomb either way, which may be on cooldown still because he used the fire bomb going up the stairs, but even if he just took the hit and then vaulted, he would have extended that kite for at least a little bit longer. So we'll see how it is going to go as we move onwards now. Leo's Memory is going to be banned away by the side of Riptide. Then it will be Lakeside Village picked up here. So I know this is one that you talked a little bit about, but Lakeside confirmed where we're heading for round 2.
Lakeside being a very strong, and another big map coming into this, putting Goatman and Hulla to have to walk around the map and make great distance to get to person. But it also means that rescuers have to make a great distance to make rescues happen. So it's very interesting to see how both teams will play this out on Lakeside River Park. Well, no, Lakeside Village. I'm so sorry there. I got that mixed up. I was reading the current map that we have on the screen. My bad.
Yeah, we'll see what Riptide want to play when it comes to the faction selection here. Again, they can obviously opt to send their hunter or their survivor first, and then we'll get everybody invited and get going here in round 2. So we'll see what Riptide want to go here. They could send Santee coming off of a very nice breaking wheel round, and that is going to be what they're going to go for. Riptide elect to send their hunter, so it's going to be Santa Devil hunting on the side of Lakeside Village, and we'll see what it is going to be here from the survivors as well. well. Eclipse will get them back in the lobby. We'll get Santi back in the lobby, and then we'll get going here in round 2. But is there anything that you expect here?
I think making Santi go first here is a very good move, moving off of that momentum that he had in the second half of round 1 with a tear shot on the acro, probably putting some mental damage on him, and also just keeping that momentum up in his favor, just wanting to keep on riding with it. If I'm Santi here, I would have to play the meta, but you know, anything goes here. In this tourney, there's been a lot of surprise picks, and you know, he could probably pick something up and surprise serves off guard instead of having to pick the meta, but he needs to also put his serves in a good position, so something that would at least 3 or 4K would be ideal. If I'm Santi here, this is just a very good spot to keep the momentum going, being able to pick the faction.
He does fortunately still have access to every character. He is still pretty experienced on this account. It's level 163 with some nice survivor, some nice rank peaks. So definitely is still going to be able to find success here. Maybe he even has all of the characters already. Definitely has a lot of skins on it, but regardless, in competition mode, gets access to everybody. So we'll see what they want to play. Not going to be chained by the fact that that account was altered, unless you consider skins a technical advantage. But we'll move onwards now. It is going to be onwards to round 2, as we'll see what the Riptide Hunter wants to send into the Eclipse survivors. Malleus, Nefero, 13, and Seb going up against Santa Devil here, as we'll get the map changed over to Lakeside Village, and we'll once again get underway here, as we'll see what the survivors want to cook this round.
The survivors on Eclipse side have First Officer, Aeroplanist, and if I'm not wrong, Prisoner, right? Band? Or Global Band here. So they do still have some options, but losing characters like First Officer and Aeroplanist does put them in a little bit of a tough spot. Santi needs to work off of that and keep that momentum going, so I'm excited to see how this round 2 first half goes for each side. Being tied up in points and rounds, drawing round 1.
Yeah, we'll see what they are going to want to go for here as we do move onwards into round number 2. Again, those global bands, as you mentioned, First Officer, Prisoner, then the Aeroplanist as well, as we will get those fixed up here on the global band. So then we'll move over, of course, it will be the Breaking Wheel unavailable for them as well. So we'll see what that is going to be here, as again, Eclipse survivors going to have a couple of those picks that seemingly they might prefer taken away. The Prisoner isn't one you see super common, not rare by any means, but not the most common in the world, and that's been taken away. First Officer, presumably one of the rescue characters they're a little bit partial to as well, going to be unavailable. So we'll give a little bit of time, and then we'll move onwards here, as we do have the players readied up. We'll get those global bands fixed up, and then we'll be underway here in round 2.
And it looks like we got all the stuff set up, and we'll be going in to round 2 pretty soon here. Yep. What do you think Santi's gonna play here into the first half? He needs to get a very strong position first of all, but
yeah, there's obviously a lot of options open. I would expect maybe that Hullabaloo and the Breaking Wheel global ban, of course, to be in action against him here. So we'll see what the Eclipse survivors want to ban away from him, as we'll see what it is going to be. Again, Breaking Wheel obviously unavailable. The survivors gonna have a couple of things cut off from them, but when it comes to the Hunter, Santa Devil, I know we saw a nice Disciple matchup from him in the first series they played against Let Them Cook. So while I don't necessarily think this is the most appropriate Disciple map, it definitely is something available to him. But at the end of the day, all of these players here have access to a lot of different characters. They have a lot of talent and a lot of experience with various things, so we realistically can't expect anything. When it comes to off meta or stepping away from that tier 1 and tier 2 of those things like the Hulla and Goatman, I think that there's always an option for something like a Bane, maybe something like a Bloody Queen, a couple things that are definitely still very possible, some things we've seen getting a good bit of success in the past, so wouldn't be the biggest surprise ever. I know I've seen a couple BQs on the Lakeside get some pretty nice results, so those are my 2 shot in the dark predictions. But again, Santa Devil, it's really going to be up to looking at the other composition, considering the map, and deciding from there.
I think I'm just going to place my bets on the tier 1 hunters being Goatman and Hulla, as he just needs to set up his serves for a good position, and it wouldn't be bad to use at least one of them into round 2, as you want to set them up good for round 3. Just a tough call. They also have Ivy and Opera open, but I don't know if he would play those characters into this. Very interesting to see, though, as we'll wait for the host to start the game.
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting to see what he wants to go for. There is always a world that he could move into one of those tier 2s. You mentioned Opera, obviously Ivy always an option as well. Definitely he's been falling off a little bit in popularity after those nerfs, but still a valid character by all means. But we're going to move on in. We finally get things good to go here into round 2. Mechanic Gravekeeper going to be the bans here for the side of Santa Devil, as we'll see what the survivors want to go for.
I'm gonna place my bets that they will ban Goatman. Goatman being just a very strong hunter overall, and as of recently with the recent nerfs to both him and Hulla, he has proven himself to be the stronger of the two, in my opinion at least. And what? They banned Colonel.
I was gonna say,
the Gamekeeper.
That was one of the options I was definitely considering. Gamekeeper's movement, once he gets presence, is obviously pretty decent on this map. He can really get from point A to point B pretty quickly once he starts chaining those chain hooks. As we will see the survivor pickups come in here. Embomber going to be the first one. We saw that one banned away last time, as Embomber going to be the first hover. They hovered the Mercenary there for a little bit. I don't think it would be the most.
Wait, are they going to pick the Lawyer here?
Lawyer. And
we have an Embomber and a Lawyer. Looking a little interesting, to say the very least. Lawyer does have fast decoding, and Embomber is a strong tie, but them together does make it seem a little weak. And with the Gamekeeper ban, are they just expecting to are they expecting or baiting Santi to pick a meta pick here instead of some surprise? It really does seem like it with these kind of picks here, and the Gamekeeper ban. I'm utterly baffled by how this is gonna go, but banning the Cord and picking up the Knight for the third pick here.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested in seeing what Santa Devil is going to want to play here, because it really feels like they're almost disrespecting these top options. I feel like you can get a lot of success out of Goatman or Hullabaloo here, so we'll see if they do want to go for one of those picks, as the Priestess ban is going to come out here, as ECL won't be able to hold on to that. We'll see what it is going to be. Embomber, Lawyer, Knight, of course, all global banned now as we look towards round 3, but here in round 2, first half, we'll see what this final pick is going to be from Eclipse. Mechanic, Gravekeeper, Coordinator, Priestess, all banned alongside Aeroplanist, First Officer, and the Prisoner, and they're going to go for Magician here on 4, so definitely an interesting composition coming out from Eclipse, but I definitely think it's still functional.
I think it's still functional too. They still can make this a good tie. They have Knight as the rescue, they have a strong kiter, they have a decoder. It's just that, can these characters complement each other enough to get someone out against Santi? Santi having full reign of the meta here. Will he pick it? Is my question though. Do you think he'll pick the meta, or do you think he's gonna go some surprise pick like BQ or something?
I know that Santi really the biggest fan in the world of the top 2 auctions in the game right now, but I definitely think this is a comp that you could still choose to play one of them if you wanted, but we'll see what he goes for. I think that out of every hunter in the area, that Santa Devil is definitely one of the ones I would most expect to go somewhere arguably air quote random, and obviously there is going to be a lot of thought behind what he picks. He's going to pick something that's good into the composition and good into the map, but can definitely come out of left field with a lot of the options, as we'll see exactly what it is going to be that he wants to go for here as Eclipse. A couple seconds left to finish setting up their talents, but Santa Devil going to have a lot of options. The Gamekeeper and the Breaking Wheel are going to be our 2 characters unavailable for him, so he can go basically anywhere in the meta, or he can move somewhere else, as we'll see where he is going to want to go here, and it's going to be onto the
Anne.
Yeah, not the
as you
biggest.
said earlier, he picked the Anne in a previous matchup, seeming that this is seeming like a comfort character for him. He just needs to prove that Anne will work against his comp. It doesn't seem bad for her, as every character can be chased pretty well. Just a matter of how they spawn and how the kite goes now, as they be selecting their spawns.
As yeah, we'll see what it is going to be as we look onward now. As we do get our area selection here, not the biggest surprise as we see the survivors take up what is pretty arguably a standard formation on the map. One on both boats, one up by the shack, and then the extra player down there on that south row. So we'll see the disciple spawning over by the lawyer and by the magician. I wouldn't be surprised if we see them go after that lawyer here, but definitely a couple of options for this disciple here. So we'll see which way Santa Devil is going to want to go. As we take a peek over to the survivor talents, it is going to be a mono tide turner for just the night here, as 3 survivors with borrowed time, lawyer running suicide with the flywheel and the knee jerk. It'll be another knee jerk on magician, another one on the embalmer. So 3 knee jerks, 3 borrowed times, a flywheel, and a tide turner here. So definitely an interesting set of talents, as we'll see Malleus likely come in to be that main rescue, which, considering he's on the night with this composition, not really the biggest surprise in the world. But we'll get things going here. Round 2, half 1, tied at a round apiece, 5-5, and we'll move on in. Riptide's Hunters up against the Eclipse Survivors.
And again, good luck to both teams as we go into the first half of round 2 here. Best of luck.
As yeah, we are going to move onwards now, as we'll see what it is going to be for the disciple here, which way that they want to go on it. As we'll move on here, disciple immediately moving towards this lawyer here, getting straight at it. We'll see how the lawyer's going to do here. Nefero going to want to get a nice kite here to open things up for the side of Eclipse. As we'll be checking out the map here, going to wait around. Coffin goes down for the embalmer, as a disciple is going to connect this first cat onto the lawyer here. We'll see which way Nefero is going to try and go to get that space made. It is worth noting it is detention trump card for the side of disciple here, as Nefero doing a nice job here. He'll get back to the shack window once again, but at this point does have to rotate over toward that pallet. So we'll see how the disciple wants to go about it. Is going to get stunned.
And gets the pallet stun here, adding more distance to his kite. He uses the pallet speed boost and is able, oh, not exactly, but able to survive to jump just a little bit, but he's going to take a hit here, and he has to transition, and he goes back to shack, putting himself in a tough spot. Uses the warp, but does the warp be enough? No, it does not. And the lord gets to prolong his kite just a bit more. Just needs to keep pushing. If they can get a tie, this would be super ideal. He flywheels the hit, and he's able to kite just a couple more seconds. All the ciphers looking pretty strong here, and Knight's already coming for rescue. He's gonna go chair, but Basement's not here.
Yeah, we'll see which way the survivors want to go for it. Obviously, unsurprising to see the knight moving on over here for the rescue. Does still have all of his helmets to work with, as we'll see the decoding progress 90, 75, 64, as a disciple going to put a little bit of harassment onto the embalmer here with the cats. We'll be able to connect one of them. Just going to pull it back, though, as again, the knight on the way here. It's Malleus on the survivor side. Charge hit, going to miss of this knight, as should be a move onward now. Predictions start to come out from the knight, as we'll wait it out here. Is going to be a nice set of predictions here by the knight, as hits onto the knight, and then we're going to turn back to the lawyer. So Nefero definitely wants to out-survive this tide turner and try and get some actual added time on the kite here, but doesn't look like it's going to happen here. Nefero is going to get hit here. Tide turner popped for the lawyer, as it will be just a little bit more time before he goes down. 2 ciphers completed, 80% on the next. That 4th cipher technically has been touched, but hasn't really been progressed at all at 1% there. So Nefero is going to get hit onwards now, put back on the chair. Knight is currently injured, so can't really come back for another rescue. So we'll see the embalmer now trying to come in for it, as we'll see what 13 gets going.
Seems like Embalmer's going in for the rescue here. He doesn't exactly notice that Embalmer's nearby. Oh, now he does see him through the window and setting up cats to try to stop this rescue. It seems like 2 people are going in for this rescue. The coding might be rather slow, but seems like they want to support after this as well. Gets the cat in, but the cat isn't going to stay long enough for it, and they could get another rescue. Seems like Magician comes in, gets a safe rescue, and Lord has a chance to rebound, but does he have any options to work with? Goes into cornfield, planning on maybe just dying in a corner, and they have to just start pushing ciphers here.
Yeah, nice prediction there by Santi. Catches Lawyer on a vault. So it will be the Lawyer going down here. He will be eliminated and sent back to the Manor. 2 ciphers popped, 85%, 44%, and then 2 of them at a single percent here. So we'll see how this is going to go. Santa Devil, a lot of things he can do. I wouldn't be the biggest surprise in the world if he just pops a warp, but he's just going to run across the map. He spots out some of the players here. So we'll see what he wants to do, if he wants to try and close that gap immediately. And yeah, he is going to go onwards to the Knight now. 2 helmets available. First one going to come out here. Prediction going to miss, so on both of them. Nicely played by Santa Devil as it catches the Knight on a error on the pallet, wins that mind game. First hit onto the Knight with the jump as Seb on this cipher here is going to get turned onto by the side of Santa Devil. Not going to go for that Knight too heavily. Is just going to try and get onto the Magician here. Just going to stay caught up with him onto this next set of pallets. As we'll see how Seb is going to do. Not going to get hit through this pallet. Cats come back out. It should be the first hit onto the Magician here. No big deal. As nice attempt there by Santa Devil to try and get that double stun, but moves onward now. Seb gonna try and turn it here. He's gonna actually just try and insta transition to the next set of pallets, but gonna back away here. Santa Devil pretty concerned about this middle cipher at the moment. They really want to try and find the Knight, but Knight has rotated back around toward Big Boat, so there's not really going to be anyone here to find. Tonight is going to show it, as they do see the Knight very far out in the distance here. So we'll see which way Santa Devil wants to go. Has a vague idea of where all of our players are at the exact moment, so we'll see exactly which way he wants to try and deal with it. Only one cipher being worked on at the moment, is actually not even being worked on at the moment. And Bomber moving around upstairs, maybe potentially scared of where this Disciple is it will be Santa Devil moving over, and he'll try and get back onto the Knight.
Yeah, and ideally, it looks like Magician will be pushing middle. Are they gonna pop the cipher on top of Big Boat though? I don't know. Did they finish it up there? No, it's not done. I don't know why the Embalmer's running around exactly, but maybe they have some idea in plan. Magician is trying to push the cipher over here, but does he have enough time to get it done? It is at 90%.
I think he's getting
real
up a
close.
little bit short. Yeah, he agrees. He's going to back away here. Cat latches onto the Magician. Nice by the side of Santa Devil. He's going to catch it here. Nice second down as Embalmer comes in for the rescue. Will get it, no problem, but we'll see what the Knight can get going afterwards. Santa Devil going to catch up here as gets hit through the pallet. Nice down by Santa Devil, as the momentum in this game starting to favor the Hunter quite a lot here, as 13 moving over. He's going to go try and heal that Magician. They'd love to save the exit path, but at this point, I don't know how much it matters. 94%, 84% on the ciphers, is they are going to pop this one in mid.
He does pop it in time, but does he get the rescue in time? This is looking like a really tough position. The Cat is set up. He can just jump. Does he stop the rescue? And he does.
And Bomber has his own coffin. Magician gets up with the exit path, as it will be Disciple canceling it with the grab there onto the Embalmer. Ends up putting him down here as Knight about to die on chair here. Really needs to get this rescue. Is going to be the Magician one pop, but he gets caught down, and it should be enough here that Magician has burned that exit path. Put Embalmer on chair. Let him use his coffin if he wants to, and you should be able to, because that top cipher never actually got popped here. It's going to be a bit of a challenge, as it is going to be a turn back over. They're going to come put Seb on chair here, so I'm not exactly sure what Santa Devil is going to look to do here. They're going to potentially try and bleed the Embalmer out, but we'll wait and see what he wants to do here, as it is going to be a wait here, as Embalmer does pick himself up here, and it will be up down once again. Exit path unavailable. Santa Devil now looking potentially with a warp, holding on here. We'll wait and see what he wants to do. Trump cards to teleport, goes straight to the coffin here. Embalmer, the cipher is not primed, so there's not really anything he can do. Not that having it primed would have helped. Drop down hit toward the Embalmer, not going to hit through the bubble. Tide Turner, or the Embalmer self hold, is going to go out here, and it will be another 4K here for the Santa Devil. Very, very nicely played game for him, as he'll pick up the Embalmer, he'll get him on a chair, and it'll be a 5th straight 4K for the Hunters.
Very, very interesting game there. It seemed like the game was in the Sturv's favor, having it in a tie, but Santa Devil able to turn it back around. Very impressive showing on his part. I commend both teams, and seems like we'll be heading off into the second half with the score of 5 favoring Riptide and 10-5 overall.
Yeah, definitely a very, very solid result there for the Disciple for the side of Riptide. Now it'll be a 10th kill or 10th point for them, as you mentioned, their 10-5 lead for the side of Riptide. Eclipse have another Hunter round to try and generate some more points for them, though. So we'll see what the play is going to be here for the side of Eclipse. Again, they do still have these meta Hunters available, but we'll see exactly what they are going to want to go for.
And seems like we'll be getting everyone into the lobby shortly. Very interesting first half there. Santi setting his team up for a good second half. The Serbs only need to get one person out to win the round 2. And do have a pretty solid position to do so. Oops. I wonder if Blue Cow will play the meta into this, as he needs to get a 4K.
Yeah, we will move on. It is going to be, again, the Puppeteer, Gravekeeper, Fire Investigator on the global ban list. They had a Priestess 4th pick in that last game to join them. Dreamwitch banned away here for the side of Blue Cow, who had a fantastic round 1 for what it is worth. But we'll see what it is going to be here as we move into the second half of round 2. Again, at this point, Eclipse are now in the same position. They put Riptide in round 1, as not getting a 4K here puts you in a massive disadvantage going into round 3 here, as you'll have to outperform Riptide to move onwards. But Eclipse, we can definitely see a 4K come out. We saw Blue Cow get a 4K in the first round. We've seen Santa Devil get a 4K on Lakeside. So everything possible is it's all very possible here for the side of Blue Cow, but we'll see how the survivors for Riptide do. Is, again, if they get one escape, they go into that next round with a very, very healthy advantage.
But they can also get the Riptide Sirs into a 4K and then tie up and still go into round 3 and even potential overtime. That would be very interesting to see. But overall, seems like, whoa, are we gonna use these as 100? No, I don't think that's right. I think he's just trying to invite his people. Okay.
Your player on Eclipse here for the moment.
Gotta mix up.
Yeah, we'll wait for the Eclipse player to bounce. We'll get Z's over to the Survivor side, and then we will get our last player inwards here for the Hunter side of Blue Cow, as I do believe we actually have Blue Cow in the lobby. Just need to get a move down to that Hunter spot, and then we'll be good to go here for round number 2, half number 2, as we'll see what the sides want to go for, as we do have everybody now in the lobby. We'll give them just another moment to finish up preparing for this next upcoming character selection phases. We'll move onward and we'll see what Blue Cow wants to go here. A lot of pressure in theory on him right now, as, again, Eclipse really would love a 4K.
That is right. Eclipse needs to get a 4K to at least tie up this match and set themselves up for a good round 3 again. Can Blue Cow do it again, though? That's another time you have to 4K. It's a lot to work with. He still does have both meta Hunters available and the tier 2 characters in Ivy and Opera, but it's just a lot he has to work with, and it's a uphill battle.
Yeah, we'll get some ready-ups in the lobby here as our players start to become ready for this match, as we've gotten everything ready to go. As, again, both of our Hunters have played perfect so far tonight. They've picked up 12 kills in 3 games. We'll see if Blue Cow can once again add another 4 to that body pile, or if the survivors are going to be able to get some of their players out of the manor here, as we'll get our ready-ups in the lobby, and we'll get going here with our round 2 second half character selection here, as, again, Dreamwitch unavailable for the Hunters. We'll see what the survivors want to ban here away from Blue Cow. We saw he hovered Boatman in that round 1, so potentially a little bit of foreshadowing to what we see banned away here, as we'll see what Blue Cow wants to ban away. Survivor side, it is going to be a first hover onto that Coordinator here, as, again, some global bans definitely going to help thin that pool down, but for the moment, for Blue Cow, Coordinator, Antiquarian going to be these opening bans.
And I have a question for you, Colonel, as we're waiting for the Hunter ban. Besides what the Hunter ban's gonna be, what do you think Blue Cow's gonna play into this? They banned the Goat Man, of course, so now he has Hullabaloo and the tier 2 and everything else for free reign. I don't know what exactly he'd pick, but you need to get a 4K here. And You made a good prediction last round with the Gamekeeper ban, so I'm just curious what you would do.
I would say I'm not the most familiar in the world with the side of Blue Cow. I think those characters, for what it's worth, are still very, very potent in this map. I think Blue Cow will be aware of that. Obviously, they banned the Gamekeeper, so they knew of that being something that is pretty strong. So potentially we'll see that pop back up. As we'll look at the Riptide survivors for the moment. Cheerleader is going to be the first hover here for what they want to go. We'll wait and see if that does get locked in and what they join it with. Hopefully they don't go Lucky Guy Doctor again, as yeah, Cheerleader Mercenary gonna get picked up here for the survivors, as we'll bounce back over to the Hunter. As I definitely think there's a lot of options. Again, Gamekeeper and Bloody Queen are both pretty strong on the map if you want to look at something outside of the Hullabaloo, which I think is air quote the objectively correct answer, but again, not necessarily a guarantee that we see it. We haven't seen a meta character so far today, so we'll see what it is going to be as we see a Seer ban on 3 as we move back to Riptide.
Riptide here with the Cheer and Merc. Cheer able to reset the Merc's elbow pads. Still a pretty good pick. And we get the Gardener in. Pretty solid kiter, but Hullabaloo could do damage to that Gardener, and it's just a difficult comp to deal with overall for every other character, making it a tough spot for Blue Cow, who needs to get a 4K to tie up the points again and tie up the rounds.
As yeah, we'll see what these final sets are going to go for here, as it is going to be the Novelist final ban. We'll see what the survivors want to go. They do already have a rescue in the form of Mercenary Gardener as well. Obviously can get some things going for it, so we'll see what they want to go for here for their final survivor. Could go for another rescue, could go for a decoder mechanic on the table still, I believe, but it is just going to be to this Embalmer. So Cheerleader, Merc, Gardener, all global banned. Embalmer going to stay open for the side of Riptide here. As we're going to move forward here, we'll let them select their characters. It is going to be Shadling Pi on the Cheerleader, Shen Qing on the Mercenary Mimicry Gardener, and Z's on the Embalmer. As we'll move on, we'll let them select their talents, and then we'll see what Blue Cow wants to play.
Very interesting to see. This is a very solid comp, and they have the Embalmer for a potential tie, or just helping them get just one more out with two good kiters in Gardener and Cheerleader, and just a very solid rescue we can get across the map. This is looking like a pretty solid team comp made by Riptide. It's just a matter of what can Blue Cow do to get this to a 4K on his side and make it even for his team into round 3.
As, yeah, we'll see what they do want to go for here. There's obviously a lot of options. Could see him pull out that Disciple that we saw success on last round. Again, a lot of things that they can go for as we'll move onwards in. We'll let the survivors finish up their talents. They'll get all of those locked in, and then we will bounce things over to our Hunter Blue Cow to see what he wants to play. Does have the Hullabaloo available, doesn't have Goatman, doesn't have Dream Witch, has anything else in the game, so still a lot of options for what we could see from our Hunter here, as Blue Cow, couple more seconds to make his decision, and he is going to be playing the Opera Singer here.
Opera Singer, it's a little hard to get the dashes going on this map, but she still is really oppressive on this. And with this team comp, it is doable, but it's very hard to work with. Cheerleader, Merc, pretty possible chases. Gardener does take 3 hits, and the Embalmer could stall the game out, but you know, with the right momentum, Blue Cow could get this into a 4K. It's just a matter of, can the serves prevent that from happening? And it seems like we'll be picking the spawns now. And with the builds, we have Gardener with Knee Jerk, Embalmer as well. And same with the Cheerleader, but both Embalmer and Cheer have Sui builds with both Knee Jerk and Flywheel. Borrowed times on both Gardener and Merc, and a tied on Merc. And it seems like they're just trying to play it out with at least these builds, seeming like a tie at least. And making their spawns, Merc down in the bottom lane, Embalmer at Big Belt, Gardener at Small Boat, and we have Cheer at Shack with the Opera spawning between Gardener and Cheer. If you were in this position, Colonel, who would you chase as the Opera?
I think personally, I would go for the cheerleader, but I think both of these are very possible options. Gardner can get a lot going later game. Shadling's cheerleader, of course, as well, can be capable of some pretty good defensive harassment for their teammates. So I think both of these are pretty capable options. I don't really think Blue Cow would turn toward this mercenary or this embomber, but it's definitely a possibility. But I would expect to see a ditto of what we saw last game with the opera singer looking towards this shack. So we'll see what they do want to go for it here as Blue Cow going to move onward. We'll see what they want to go. Mimicry, Shadling, the two key options, as again, could technically look towards Z's, look towards Shen, but not the most expected in my personal eye. But we're getting ready underway here. We have waited out our clock, and we are moving in. Round 2, half 2. The survivors for Riptide need a single escape to secure advantage moving into round 3. So I'd expect them to play very conservative here to try and make it happen.
And good luck to Eclipse as well. Just needing to get the, that's an exaggeration. They need to get the 4K to tie up the rounds in. Good luck to both teams. This is going to be a very exciting matchup as we go into the second half of round 2. I'm wondering where the opera will go first here.
Yeah, we'll see which way they want to go, and yeah, it is going to be over to the cheerleader. I don't think this is the biggest surprise in the world for the side of Blue Cows. We'll see them get straight onto it. Shadling is going to be trying to pull the same kite as the lawyer. Not the biggest surprise. Obviously, we saw how much time a lawyer got with it as Blue Cow going to teleport back over. Going to try and cut off this cheerleader. We'll see if they catch it. Cheerleader obviously has the pom-poms available still to get some speed boosts, so I don't think that we're in for the biggest shock here. Goes ahead, uses it to get to the pallet, throws that pallet down as Blue Cow is going to have a little bit of space put between them and the cheerleader, but Shadling Pie should get hit here. We'll see if Blue Cow can catch it, as going to try and get to the window, and they do get the window in time. No, they don't.
Oh,
Just
they do not get that terror shock, but I was so close, Colonel. He almost got that terror shock, and I would have put him in a very ideal spot. Now he has to just keep on chasing. Can he get the down before Blink, though? Is the question. He needs to get a quick down to position himself for a 4K.
Ooh.
He meshes up another dash. This is not ideal for the opera, giving Cheerleader another chance to keep on going. Can he do something about it? And he has, and he dodges, but it's not enough, and he goes down in the very back of Small Boat here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice flywheel inherently from Shadling. I would never say it's not. Predicts that Blink coming out, uses the flywheel to dodge it. Unfortunately, is only able to buy himself another second or two worth of time. But at the end of the day, it's a nice flywheel, well played to Shadling, but is still going to go down here, as we will have our first chair onto the cheerleader. Cyphers 92 and pushing 72-48, as our opera singer is going to pressure it toward Mimicry here on this Gardener. Just going to recall back over, though, but Shen is going to get a no-hit rescue here. We'll see which way the Hunter wants to go. First hit onto the mercenary here, going to try and just farm up a bit of presence, pressure that mercenary off of another rescue, as Blue Cow just going to move back on to the side of Shadling Pies. We'll see the pallet drop come out here. Of course, doesn't have that blink to work with, but we'll see Blue Cow continue to try and, but
and he wins the mind game here, setting himself up still for a good spot. And if I'm not wrong, Colonel, the Cyphers do look rather slow here. He is chairing on Cypher, so it's harder for them to push anything. Merc is decoding that crappy corner Cypher over there, but he's going to be pressuring the person in middle. It's just going to be a hard game to work with. He could push this to a 4K, but it's still pretty rough. Can he do it, though?
And so, yeah, I definitely think that 3 ciphers for 1 player is a pretty standard trade here, as we'll see if they are able to hold on. And again, the survivors here, they really only want 1 escape. Obviously, they will take as many as they can get. If they can get 3 or 4 out, they're going to take it, but they really only care for 1, but it is going to be a move back onto the cheerleader, as they actually have gotten another cipher going here. So the survivors picking up their pace a bit. 2 have been popped, 1 at 73, 1 at 67 and pushing, as Blue Cow will eliminate his first survivor. Shadling goes down on that cheerleader, and it will be a guaranteed point here to open the round for Blue Cow. But again, to tie, he needs to pick up all the kills.
It is still pretty tough to pick up all 4 kills here, but they only have 1 person decoding at the moment, and the other 2 hiding. Huh?
Yeah,
Pardon?
Blue Cow's just kind of lost here in this back corner. He will finally find over towards this mercenary, but definitely lost a fair bit of time there.
And he messes up the elbow pad, doesn't get any distance off of it. Can he get another down? Gets 1 more elbow pad, one more elbow pad for the mercenary, but then messes up the dash, but gets the hit in return. Good trade-off here. And it's able to chair the Merc. 2 ciphers remaining, but they are resetting. They need to slow down the game to try to push for 1 person out.
And again, that's really one of the problems here for Blue Cow. Heals are coming out. Gardner and Embalmer are both healthy now. They have 3 ciphers done. They have a cipher at 73%. And again, their goal isn't to tie here. They don't need to get both of these players out. They only really care for one. And while the Opera does have trump card, they do have detention. There's a lot of late game things to help this Opera Singer out here. Realistically, for the moment, they can just get a pretty standard rescue here.
And he misses the blink. Was that? Yeah. Gets the hit, but look how far Gardner is. He can come back quickly and try to get the down onto the Merc. No one is decoding. This is a little slow from the Riptide side serves on the decoding, but they could still make this back. And Bomber does have that coffin and that last L-pad being used here. And it seems like Merc is still in chase, but Gardner needs to get away.
I mean, they're going to pop their 4th cipher here. They are going to get the down here onto the Mercenary. Mercenary is simply going to get away from their teammates, but we'll see Blue Cow for the moment moving towards Mimicry here, but I would expect him to just take a recall here on his Shadows and go back over to the Mercenary. We'll see what the decision is going to be from Blue Cow. Still moving toward the Gardener. Would love to get a hit and grab the Merc maybe, but we'll see what that call is going to be. Blue Cow knows the tempo of the game is starting to fall out of his favor as Bubble comes in for the Gardener here, as this is starting to get scary for the Opera Singer for Eclipse. As again, messes up here, as it will be a hit now onto the Gardener, but at this point, Mercenary is going to have no problem picking themselves back up. 40%.
Not exactly, actually. He's still at 44%. I also thought that his healing was going up faster, but seems like he's going to be rushing down to Embalmer. They tell him a little late. He needs to get out of there. The pallet is used. He can't kite here. What can he do?
I mean, the real problem here is that Embalmer coffins are going to be so tricky for Blue Cow to play around, noting that, again, only need a single escape here for the survivors, but those coffins could potentially buy them a second one. So, again, a tie here would put the survivors of Riptide, or the team of Riptide, in a super good position, as we have seen the trump card over to teleport for Blue Cow. Haven't seen it used yet, but that decision has been made as Blue Cow going to try and catch up onto Z's, but the knee-jerk going to get him out of that first mind game here is, again, back in the same corner, gets the vault over. Blue Cow will take the recall. Really nice work by Z.
Nice mind games from Z as Embalmer. Look at that go. Giving his team a chance. They can push this cipher now. He's able to make more, and he wins the mind game with another flywheel.
Perfect flywheel there on the pallet. Now on another mind game here. Dodges the swing, and Z's almost gets another one over Blue Cow, but barely can get caught.
He has TP up. He needs to TP quick.
Yeah, teleport comes over here to the cipher that's being worked. It's at 70. They have another one at 40 as Blue Cow now going to be working on trying to catch up to Mimicry's Gardener here. Nice ball over the pallet here for the side of the Gardener as Blue Cow now working on it. Now teleport back over. Going to get the hit on Gardener here. Second play or down at the moment. Mercenary, the sole survivor for the moment. But Embalmer has coffins to work with, has exit path to work with. There's a lot of things in favor of this Embalmer. Mimicry going to get brought over to a chair. But again, the Riptide survivors want one escape here. They're not concerned with a tie.
Seems like Merc is running back over to the cipher, but the issue is that there's no way Embalmer could really rescue here. He is going in. Is he going for the back door? Seems like he might go for back door as Merc takes the next kite here. Just a matter of, can he get it, and can they push that cipher that's at 69% over there?
As we're going to move on over once again here onto the Mercenary. Loses that pallet mind game, but Merc doesn't really have anything to work with. Is going to take the hit here, so we'll see which way Mercenary wants to go. Does still have that exit path. Didn't end up expending it earlier. Was able to get picked up by the teammates, so we'll see Blue Cow fly back over here. 40 and 70% on the ciphers. The 70% cipher is going to get pushed pretty heavily here, and that dash mistake from Blue Cow lost him a lot of cipher progress here. 90% from the survivors.
That one missed dash, it might be the game changer here.
Yeah,
and they get the cipher prime.
Yeah, it pops out, but there is no barred time there on that Embalmer, as you mentioned. The fortunate part, he has Coffin here, and the survivors at this point, they can just split the gates here and try and force a single escape here. Blue Cow now going to be panicking back over. He knows the state and the potential risk of this game, so he's going to panic over, trying to spot out any players in this corner. Tinnitus available for the moment, so definitely knows somebody's in the area, but he's going to move back over to the corner onto the Mercenary. 80% decoding on the front gate here. There's no way that Blue Cow can get a 4K, but how much of the losses can he cut here? Can he still secure a 3K? Moves over.
And he gets the blink over. He needs to quickly TP over.
Yeah, he is going to go ahead and do it, but the door's already open. Gardner's already out. Now it's a turn from the Bomber back onto the other side. As again, you want to try and get a second escape here. You know that you can get one. It's not a question. You've won the round. You have an advantage into the future, but for the moment, Blue Cow really trying to figure something out here to try and get this third kill, but it really doesn't look like he's going to be able to get it.
And then Bomber seems to be hiding at the back of Small Boat. They don't exactly know where the Hunter is. Soon they will be, as the Merc will be calling it out, but can and Bomber make it back in time to the gate? Seems like he is running back.
Keep in mind, Mercenary has exit path. He teleports away from the Mercenary, but it still has a self pickup here. So Mercenary picks himself up, and Blue Cow potentially thinks that the Embomber is over there. He's trying to figure out what's happening. Should have realized now it's exit path. As Z's might get spotted out here. Is indeed now the Opera Singer moving over, vaults the pallet. Nicely done by Z's for the moment. As Blue
Could this be a win? They know where Dungeon is. He can run back. Yeah, he's running back here. He does have Flywheel.
Oh, he has a flywheel to dodge the first swing here. Nicely done. Good charge by the Opera Singer here to catch on to Z's. Teleport not available for another 30 seconds, and it really does just look like a tie game here. Blue Cow gonna get the grab onto Z's. Z's, I don't know that, he didn't get a coffin back out, I don't believe, doesn't have the icon, so it is going to just be a tie game from the survivors here, as it will be Cheerleader and a Bomber going down. Mercenary and Gardner escape, as it's a 7-2 round in favor of Riptide. Congratulations to them, of course, as they're gonna move into round 3, a massive advantage.
And what would the points be going into round 3 with that 7-2 lead? If I'm not...
it should be 12 to... What should it be? 7-2. That would be 12-7 at the moment in favor of...
12-7.
So realistically, there is very little that... it's going to be very difficult for the side of Eclipse at this point, because they need to win this round 8-1 or 10-0. Those are the only circumstances in which they win in round 3. If they are able to win 7-2 or better, 7-2, they will be able to bring us onwards to another round of overtime. But for the moment, you need to get a 4K or a 4 escape. You have to secure that extra point for the side of Eclipse, or you just have to simply outplay and win something like 7-1. But there's going to be a lot of difficulties here for the side of Eclipse, as Riptide, very, very big round for them.
Very huge for them. And if you're a Riptide fan, this is very hyped to see, seeing that your team is slightly in the lead. This is very, very interesting to see, though. I'm not gonna lie. ECL needs to bring this back in some way. Get a win on either side, or both. Just, how can they do it heading into round 3?
Yeah, so the current score is 12-7 in favor of Eclipse. They, of course, have one round win, and there's a tie between both teams. But for Eclipse to win at this point, they need to win this next round by at least 5 points to secure a tie. If they're able to win by more than 5 points, then, of course, they will go ahead and just knock Riptide out right here in round 3. But that is going to be a very, very heavy task for them. So we'll see what it is going to be here for Eclipse. But at this point, they are definitely in the hot seat on the verge of elimination.
Yeah, it seems like we won't have any subs here going into round 3, and we'll be heading over into the picks and bans for the maps here. Actually, I'm not sure. Actually, they don't ban a map round 3, right? Or is it different for this tournament?
They should. So the first round maps will become available once again. We'll be able to go to Red Church. We'll be able to go to the first map we played earlier of Moonlit River Park. But the map 2 bans now that we just saw banned away for that last round are going to be unavailable. So nothing alongside Lakeside or Leo's here. So it will be Eclipse. They're going to ban away Arms Factory. So Arms Factory, Lakeside, and the previously banned map are all going to be unavailable here. So Riptide, a lot of places that they can still go here. Again, Arms Factory, the most recent restriction. They were restricted from going to Red Church earlier, but that one will be open now. So could potentially see that come out, but with Disciple off the table, potentially not rushed to go there.
And they have a lot of options here. I wish there was a Dark Woods being played anywhere, but no. They will be picking, or Riptide will be picking Eversleeping into round 3. We'll be having an Eversleeping match. Very ideal for Hunters. It's just a matter of how this will go.
Yeah, so it is going to be Eclipse opting to send their Hunter out first here, as again, realistically, we can expect Santa Devil to get at least 1 kill, so the Eclipse Hunter really, really badly needs a 4K here. I don't think that a 3K still leaves another round available. We'll play the other half, but it is going to be pretty difficult here. I actually think a tie would still allow us to play our other rounds, so the Hunter here needs at least a tie, but a better result would certainly make it a lot more realistic for them to get through.
If they get a 4K, the serves just only need to get a tie to push into overtime. And my God, if we get an overtime here, will that be the first overtime of the tourney?
I'm not exactly sure. We've had obviously a lot of matchups here. This should be, in theory, this is our 17th matchup. I know a couple of them have been forfeit around the league, but I'm not exactly sure if we have or haven't had an overtime, but definitely a possibility. Okay, we're getting an update here from Mr. League Ops himself, Lois. He's updating us. We have not actually had an overtime yet so far, so would definitely be the first overtime that we've had so far. As again, the realistic goal is going to be a replication of the last round. The Hunter for Eclipse needs a 4K. The Survivors need a tie, and that would bring us to overtime. Obviously, if the Hunter gets a 4K and the Survivors get a 3 or 4 escape, they can just win the series outright right now, but Eclipse, the realistic goal right now is to try and force an overtime.
Eclipse pushing as much as they can. Very impressive showing from the low tier team still, but it's just really hard to work with such a deficit. 12-7. They can still make it work, but Riptide has a pretty strong advantage going into round 3. With the serves going first in the first half.
Yeah, we will get ready to go here as we move onwards now. As again, the global bans for this round, you'll obviously see them pop up on screen once we get into character selection. But Puppeteer, Gravekeeper, Fire Investigator from Game 1, Cheerleader, Mercenary, Gardener from Game 2. Our Hunter bans are going to be Dream Witch and Opera Singer, as Eclipse again did elect to send their Hunter in. So it'll be Blue Cow to get a 4K. The Dream Witch Opera unavailable on Ever Sleeping Town. We'll see what the Survivors want to ban away. They will, of course, get 2 bans here. Could ban Hula Goat Man, could ban anything else. Again, there's really a lot of options they can go for. We haven't seen a lot of priority on those air quote tier 1 hunters, so we'll see if that is going to be the move that they want to go. As it will be onwards here, as we'll wait a little bit, make sure that we can actually get Blue Cow in the lobby here from the side of Eclipses. We'll get our VC mod back, or our referee back into the match, and then we'll get the Hunter in. But round 3, again, Dream Witch Opera unavailable. Is there any Hunter you would like to see here, considering Ever Sleeping Town?
I mean, both metas are still open, man. Right? Both tier 1 hunters are still open. We still haven't gotten either. It's so surprising to see. They could just ban both metas here, but there's a good chance that they might just keep the Hala open. If they know Blue Cow's roster, they could just target ban as well. I want to just see a meta at this point. I'm surprised we haven't gotten one in round 1 or 2, exactly. No Goatman nor Hala on either side. I think that Goatman's just going to keep getting banned, but there's a potential for a target ban and the Hala being open. And if not, I would want to still see some sort of surprise pick. I really like watching Wax on this map, personally, but what do you think? It'd be really fun to see.
Wax Artist, yeah, I definitely think Wax Artist is one of the characters that find a lot of success on Ever Sleeping. I'm just going to say what I saw in the last set that I personally commentated, and that was one of the final matches in the round of 32. And that one brought us some interesting people. It was between Hope to Overcome and Casual Players, and we saw 2 round 1 Mad Eyes on Ever Sleeping Town. Both hunters played a round 1 Mad Eyes on this map, so I'm not gonna say that I expect to see both hunters play Mad Eyes.
Mad Eyes matches? That's actually insane.
Yeah, I'm not going to say I expect to see Mad Eyes, but all I'm saying is last time we saw Ever Sleeping Town, for me personally, we saw 2 Mad Eyes, so we'll see what the hunters do want to go for here. It'll be Blue Cow, once again, up against Z's Mimicry, Shenqing, and Shadling Pies. Again, no substitutes for this round. Everybody is readied up in the lobby. We'll give the operator just a moment to get us started, and then we are in round 3, opening half. Again, Blue Cow gonna have a lot of bans here to work with, but really badly should need a 4K.
A 4K would set him up here, and the bare minimum would be a tie. Anything less, and I'm pretty sure they would just win the series, right?
Correct.
Anything less than a tie, yeah. So he needs to just push this out, getting the first officer and the priestess ban. And they will be banning Goatman and Clerk here. What do you think about that?
I think the Clerk ban is definitely interesting, but I'll admit that these players should know Blue Cow better than me. I assume they've done at least a little bit of research on the player. So Clerk going to be unavailable. Goatman, that was one of the ones we saw them hovering earlier, and well, they have backed away from it now twice. It will be banned away from them this time. So Goatman, Clerk not on the table for Blue Cow. Dream Witch Opera Singer, of course, joining that character list as Weeping Clown and Antiquarian are going to be the pickups here, as it will be the Embalmer band. Of course, that was the fourth pick last game, so protected that from being global banned. As definitely a lot of harassment and a lot of kiting power on these opening 2 picks. Weeping Clown and Antiquarian have definitely the ability to get a lot of stuns. Could potentially see an excitement come out here. Obviously, that'll depend on the other picks and on the Hunter, but we'll see what it is going to be. Lawyer picked up 3rd.
Wow. What an interesting team comp. We see Laura for the 2nd time during this matchup. Laura being a pretty popular pick overall. And we have Anti and Weeping going along with it. 2 characters that can support the Lawyer's Kite if he is chased first. And we're getting the Novelist band last here. I wonder what the serve team will pick to complement his entire composition.
Yeah, at the moment, I'm definitely leaning towards expecting a Wax Artist. Obviously, it comes down to Blue Cow and what he can and wants to play into this comp, but I definitely wouldn't be surprised to see that. Psychologist is going to be the last pick here, as, again, there is a chance of going to overtime, so do still need to keep an eye on these global bans. So Weeping Clown, Antiquarian, Lawyer, all going to be the options for the moment, as Psychologist will be protected from global bans. As we'll move in, it'll be Shenqing Chu on the Weeping Clown, Z's on Antiquarian, Shattling Pie on Lawyer, and Mimicry on the Psychologist here for Riptide, as we'll give them a little bit to get this talent set up, and then we'll move over to Blue Cow.
I'm wondering here what Blue Cow could play. You brought up Mad Eyes. I don't know if he's gonna play Mad Eyes. There's not too many Mad Eyes plays out there. but if I'm Blue Cow here, I'm either picking Hala or Wax. They're both 2 very strong characters into this, and it would be very ideal. But there's just so many options here, and you gotta make sure that you get at least a tie, ideally a 4K, to win this up.
Yeah, we'll allow a little bit more time to finish setting up these talents here, as we'll see what it is going to be for Mr. Blue Cow, as we'll get a couple more seconds allowed for the side of Riptide Survivors, and then we will move across again. Goatman, Clerk, Dream Witch, Opera Singer, all unavailable. Blue Cow, anything else is fair game here. Really badly wants a 4K. Realistically, at worst, needs a 3K. Technically can live with a tie, as we'll move in a couple more seconds for Blue Cow to decide, as we'll see what he is going to want to go. And I don't think he can play Peddler, as he hovered it for a moment, but it will be back to the Wax Artist, and I think that's definitely the stable pick here.
Wax Artist needing to at least get a tie, or ideally more. This is a very good character to play into this composition. Weeping being difficult to chase, he can just shoot Anti from afar. Laura not having too much to work with, but Laura does have a Sui build with Flywheel and Knee Jerk. Weeping was just a Tide. Psych carrying a Sui build as well with Knee Jerk and Tide as well. And Anti with just Flywheel and Borrowed Time. 2 Borrowed Times on the table. They're just playing this out for a tie, ideally.
Yeah, we will see a pretty standard area selection here for the Survivors. Again, we'll see how it is going to go. 2 Tide Turners, as you mentioned, 2 Flywheels. So definitely going to be a lot of options here as Blue Cow spawns top right. I would expect him to look to the Lawyer, but we'll let him make that call.
Ooh. Seems like we'll be spawning top right. Lawyer and Anti as potential chases. He could still go for the Weeping in middle. Weeping not having anything but besides his rockets to work with. But Lawyer is technically the weakest chase with a Sui build. Just a matter of can he catch him off guard, get a quick down, and put the game into his favor.
Yeah, we'll wait and see what they are going to want to go for here. Again, the Survivor side, if they get a 3 escape here, they will win the set on the spot in round 3 here. Again, 1 round win, 1 round tie in their favor, and they have enough of a point leads that if they are able to get a triple escape, they win the round on the spot. Again, for those not keeping track, Blue Cow technically needs a tie here, but if he gets a tie, that will force his survivors to get a 4 escape against Santa Devil, which is a very, very tall task. So Blue Cow pretty badly needs 3 kills at the very least. 4 kills will make it a much easier problem. It's actually 3 kills actually leaves them in the same problem. So the Hunter realistically just needs to get 4 kills here. As we'll move in Ever Sleeping Town as Blue Cow, a mountain to carry for Eclipses. He'll move over to potentially this Antiquarian start as he looks towards mid.
Oh, he will be going for the Weeping in the middle, trying to catch Weeping off guard here. Only trying to get rid of one of the ties, but they do have a second tie in Psych. Can he just get a quick down here? Not much to work with.
Yeah, it is just going to be a nice early hit onto the Weeping. Not going to be able... Actually, it looks like he tried to use a rocket there. He only has 2 and 1 is on cooldown, so he tried to use a rocket there for the Weeping Clown, but ended up not getting what he was going for. Ends up losing that rocket there. Not going to be the happiest in the world with that. As Blue Cow, nice early hit here. He'll continue onto the Weeping here. Could see another rocket come out, and yeah, we are from the side of Chen Qing Chu. We'll see if the Wax is able to try and get a stun, but just not enough wax going to land onto this Weeping Clown. So we'll see Shen Qing lose that rocket now, able to buy a good bit of space here, as it looks like he'll go upstairs. Wax going to need to get some nice aim here, as gets him up to 68 wax, but not the stun.
He is also kiting onto the anti-Cypher. It isn't too ideal if he does die on it. Oh, misses the first wing. Oh, gets the Terror Shock with extra presence. Anti is nearby. I think he knows about that, though. Dropping on over, looking around to make sure... Oh, he sees the Anti there. Anti doesn't have enough time to do anything about it, though. And he will be making sure the chair not anywhere near the Anti. Reaping with only 1 rocket remaining and dying on a Cypher. This is looking a little good for Blue Cow here. Just a matter of what can he do to make sure that this is still very strongly in his favor.
Yeah, will be Z's going on, trying to harass here, trying to stay up top, but the Pogo jumps out from the window. Z is now will come in towards the save. Doesn't have Tide to work with, but Antiquarian, of course, has some other tools in the kit to try and help with a rescue. First hit comes out, Antiquarian, 84 wax, no Tide, so we'll see what Blue Cow wants to do. It's a nice flywheel to dodge that wax there, as Blue Cow just going to move on over toward the Weeping now. Last rocket is going to be expended here for the Weeping, as we'll see if Blue Cow can try and get some nice long-range wax to get that stun up to 80, but the dash will stall for just long enough. 84 stacks now, as Shen should realistically just get waxed up and go down here. I wouldn't expect too much else, as yeah, hit comes out, Weeping goes down. Antiquarian, of course, injured after the rescue, as we'll see what the next play is here, as Blue Cow going to wax bomb this Cypher to clog it up for a little bit.
Anti trying to support. She gets the down. This is so huge for Blue Cow here. Getting Z's down here and being able to chair another survivor. No one else is really that close for rescuing. He's just playing it safe. He wants to make sure that no one can get the rescue. And he's going to put this position into his favor, as there's still 3 Cyphers remaining and his Wax Artist, so he can block off the Cyphers and slow the game down in his pace. Looks like they're not going to rescue. Z's is still healing up right here. No rescue is happening. He just needs to chair and be able to pressure the Cyphers moving forward. And he will be chairing near the Lawyer's Cypher. Lawyer having to run away and Psych being in middle. He's going to start pushing the Lawyer away.
Yeah, this is looking decent for the side of Blue Cow. 2 Cyphers popped, the others are at 60, 60, 45, so the decoding is definitely there for the side of Riptide, but it's going to be a challenge whether they can or can't actually get it finished, as we'll see the Psycho coming in here. It does have a hot wax available, so Blue Cow is going to come in, get that first hit. It is Psychologist, of course, but double hit comes out. The stress will keep Psycho alive for just a little bit. Tide Turner, of course, available for the Psychologist, as we'll see hot wax toward the Antiquarian. Blue Cow going to come in, just pops the hot wax, not even going to go for the normal hit, ends up canceling it here. Wax bomb onto the back Cypher to deny it a little bit longer. Again, it's Psycho still in the area, as Z is going to try and pressure on to this pallet a little bit. We'll drop it right before going down, as nice by Z is to stall out that little bit of extra time as we will see Mimicry hiding out by the Cypher, as we'll see what the play is going to be here from the survivors. Is again, Lawyer having a nice time just decoding out through this mid game, but is going to be forced to come in for the rescue now as the only healthy player. Psycho does, of course, not have any stress left, will be at half HP after it all runs out. So we'll see Lawyer coming in here. That Shadling, actually a nice backdoor rescue here, won't get hit on the immediate rescue. I would expect Blue Cow to go ahead and get this first hit onto the Lawyer, as yeah, just going to pop the hot wax, first hit onto them. Goes for a double hit.
Gets the flywheel
nice
off, but the issue is that they're still they're pushing Cyphers, and the Lawyer's like kiting right in between both of them. He gets the Lawyer down. He could just pressure this Cypher right here. Wax bomb it. No, he does not. He's just gonna go chair and pressure the other one instead, as Z's is decoding. He is chairing in between both, and he has been for a while. It's just really tough to get these Cyphers done in this scenario. Z's is gonna be next chase, and Psych has to get a backdoor, but there's a good chance Wax can prevent it. There's just no one good enough, or no one really to rescue this Lawyer. They have to bet it all on the ante with the stick.
Yeah, there is technically a world that you could have Mimicry whistle the ante and go for it healthy, but it's definitely risky. They are just going to try and pressure both of these Cyphers here, as we'll see both of them get waxed down, one by a bomb, one by the basic ability here, as we'll see what the decision is from Riptide here. Lawyer is going to hit half here, so it will be pressure as Cyphers is going to start unlocking pretty soon. Mimicry going to get onto this back Cypher here by the Geisha House. It'll get wax bombed 92% on the Antiquarian Cypher, as Blue Cow going to come in. Excitement comes out. Nice flywheel by Z's, but the Excitement will keep him on. Nice pogo away, and the Excitement runs out. Blue Cow not going to get stunned.
Looks like they're going to get the rescue. He does not get the rescue. Oh my god, Colonel. They don't get the rescue, and they still have two whole Cyphers. We'll be blocking one. Oh, he misses the block. He can still push it.
No, he
did get it. He did get it. Oh my gosh. He's going to be going for the Psych here. Yeah, Psych doesn't have a pal to work with, though. She's just kiting in nowhere. Holds in front of the Hunter.
The aggressive play there with the knee jerk as Mimicry is going to try and stall out as long as they can. Stun not going to come out. Hot Wax comes in, and there'll be a down there onto the Psycho as they're going to try and pop this Cypher here. It will go down as we'll see Antiquarian trying to get away. Not going to get that hit just a little bit too quick on that window vault as Blue Cow going to bait the pallet drop. 65 wax on the Antiquarian. One stick hit left realistically here as Z's going to try and figure something out here as Psycho trying to get the self-heal going as Z's 85 wax, 89 wax, 97 hit.
97 he doesn't get the stun, but just 3 more and he gets the stun.
Yeah.
Psych's still healing up. He needs to go chair that Psych. Can he get over in time though?
Yeah, Psych definitely close to picking himself up, and he knows it as he will not get the hit in time. Psych perfectly timed there right after the wax gun goes down, right before the swing comes out. 63% on this last Cypher by the Geisha House, and again, it should just be a bit too difficult here. Blue Cow has done everything his team needs him to, as we'll see what Blue Cow wants to do. I would assume he'll go back to the Antiquarian, who has exit path and who's on the dungeon, so realistically at this point it will be a 4K for Blue Cow. There isn't anything left the survivors can do. They are going to extend it on the off chance of a miracle, but realistically we will see a 4K come out from Blue Cow. We'll see him finish it up though. 20 wax onto the Antiquarian. Just going to come pressure here once again as Antiquarian left without an item, flywheel in 15 seconds, so could still just see Blue Cow wait it out. He will get an excitement hit here, but no.
Excitement doesn't really matter. Blocks the pallet, and it seems like this might be over for the Anti, as Psych can't heal up in time.
I mean, yeah, Psych doesn't have exit path, so there's just nothing that can actually happen here. Blue Cow is going to go for the hit. Nice flywheel attempt, but better wait by Blue Cow. Z's is going to get shared. Wax Artist can just wait on the dungeon. They know there's no point stalling it out. It will be a 4K for Blue Cow. Gets a 5th point on this one. And now the Eclipse survivors need a tie or better, or Riptide will still win.
Oh my gosh. And, Colonel, there is a potential for an overtime here. Eclipse survivors just need to get a tie for that to happen, ideally. Or no, just like at the very least. Ideally, they want to go for more, but a tie is very possible into round 3, and they just need to push for it and get them into an overtime where they could have the chance to win it all against Riptide.
And yeah, so the current state at the moment, obviously after that round, as we are moving into our last half of regulation, the side of Riptide need to get a single 3K or more, and they will win the set on the spot. If they get a tie and both sides go for 2 points, we'll move into an overtime. And if the Eclipse survivors are able to get a 3 escape or more, they will be able to pick this game up. But again, getting a tie against Santa Devil is going to be a tough ask.
It will indeed be a very tough task for the Eclipse serves here, but it's still very doable into a round 3. The very minimum is a tie. A win would set them up for a win for the entire series, but a tie could push it into overtime, and that's the bare minimum that they need to get. It's very doable, but Santi does have a pretty diverse roster of characters. They gotta be ready for anything here. It's a matter of what can he play.
We will move over on to the second half here. Santa Devil ready to go, as we will see the global bands coming out here, as it is going to be First Officer, Prisoner, Aeroplanist, Embalmer, Lawyer, and Knight. Of course, the Breaking Wheel and Disciple going to be unavailable for Santa Devil on the global band list as well. So going to be a lot to keep an eye on, as again, Santa Devil loves a 3K here so that they can go home on the spot, but otherwise definitely going to be an interesting set if we go to overtime.
It seems like they're getting everyone into the lobby here, and we have all the global set up. First Officer, Arrow, Lawyer, global from round 1. Or is that right? No, it's First Officer, Prisoner, Arrow from round 1. Embalmer, Lawyer, and Knight from round 2. Pretty solid characters that are global, but they just need to get a tie and just play the right characters for it. It's just a matter if they can do so against Santa Devil here.
We'll see it what they do want to go for. Eclipse should be fully aware of the estate that they're in at the moment, is definitely going to be a tall ask still moving onward, as Eclipse need a tie against Santa Devil. We'll see how they're able to do here. If they can, of course, get a 3 escape, they'll be very happy to take the series win and eliminate one of these fan favorite sides with Riptide, as obviously Santa Devil, we're going to have a lot of supporters out here trying to help support him onwards to getting that 3rd kill to close it out, as obviously, again, our first overtime of the event would definitely be a fun time, but I definitely think we'll be seeing some interesting plays here. What do you think Santa Devil is going to pull out? No Breaking Wheel, no Disciple. What do you think the bans will be, and what do you think he's looking to pick?
I think Santa Devil needs to ban like very strong serves. He could just double ban a rescuer even and make sure that they have no rescue open, but for the serve side at least, they need to find out if they did their research, of course, find out what Santi has and make sure to target ban, because they need to just tie. They need to put him into an awkward position here. And for Santa Devil, this might be a little stressful, as this is just a lot of work to build up from. You need to win another game for your team to keep on pushing forward. It's a tough position for your hunter. Also a tough position for the serves, who need to just at least tie. And it seems like we'll be going into the picks and bans here. Very tough position for both sides. I wonder how they'll manage.
As, yeah, we are going to have, I would expect Mechanic Gravekeeper bans from Santa Devil. It's what we saw last round, and it's 2 of the strong picks that are still left open. We haven't actually even seen Mechanic, as it will be moving over to an Acrobat ban. I'm interested in what he's considering playing with an Acrobat ban, potentially looking at something like an Opera Singer, but again, we'll wait and see what he wants to go for. Mechanic and Acrobat off the table as the survivors. They're going to ban away Wax Artist for the moment to join that Breaking Wheel and Disciple. Then it'll be the Gamekeeper as well.
Wax and Game, keeping the Goat Man open. Does Santi not have a Goat Man?
He doesn't play that much meta. It's definitely still something it wouldn't be at this point, it wouldn't be super surprising if he does just go for one of those tier 1s and go for one of the power picks, but it's definitely not something that he specializes in. So Wax Artist, Gamekeeper going to be banned away. Hula, Goatman left open for Santa Devil, needs a 3K to close it, a tie to move on. Mercenary, Priestess going to be the picks here, as Priestess definitely going to be one of the power picks left unbanned for the moment, as Rescuer, Harasser available here, as We'll see what Santee wants to ban away here. Could try and just keep this decoding slow for the team, but we'll see exactly what he wants to do, how he wants to do it, as female dancer his next ban.
Yeah, and you're right. The decoding is rather slow with the Priestess and Merc pick. They need some long kites in here. Just pick some strong kiters. Can't take any risk here. Priestess does have good support, and Merc is just a solid rescuer, but he could take advantage of the slow decoding. Cord, regular decoding speed, but if someone's church, he does decode slower, which would be a detriment to the Cypher Rush that they would need into this round 3.
Yeah, we'll see what the final ban is going to be. It will be the Antiquarian taken away from these survivors. Mercenary, Priestess, Coordinator, and we'll see what they want to go. No, they move away from the Antiquarian Fire Investigator band.
Fire Investigator, and we'll be waiting on the final pick on the serves. Fire Investigator, a pretty good ban on this map, being able to block certain paths. And
yeah.
Seer, we get the Seer final pick. Very strong composition, but decoding does seem a little slow. They need to make up that time with the support that they have with the Priestess and Seer. Just an uphill battle for just a tie game needed. If they get a win, that would be really good, but a tie would seal them a round 4 overtime.
As yeah, will be the Priestess and Seer, two of those power picks that we've seen banned a lot throughout the tournament, both making their way in here for Eclipse. And realistically, I think they'll be pretty happy with the composition they've been able to scrounge together. Priestess, Seer, Merc, Cord. It'll be Seb on the Mercenary, Mylius on the Priestess, 13 on the Coordinator, Nethero on the Seer. As we'll move on to the talent selection here for the survivors. I would certainly expect a pair or so of tide turners, and we'll see what the rest is going to be here. Again, they need a tie here for the survivors Eclipse. They cannot allow a third kill here to happen, or it will be their tournament lives at passing. As we'll see what they are going to go for here. Obviously, it's going to take a little bit of time, talk it out, think about what they need to bring, and then we'll move over to Santa Devil, his final potentially hunter pick.
And they're getting their build set up. What do you think Santee is going to play into this composition right here? It's a very strong team comp, but the decoding is rather slow.
I definitely think there's a lot of options for him here. Wax Artist is obviously banned. I think if he has a bit of confidence, I wouldn't hate just picking up a tier 1 hunter here, but other than that, it really is going to come down to what he's comfortable playing into these characters. He would love a 3 kill here, must guarantee a tie, but we'll see what the pick is going to be. I think there's a lot of things he can go. Axe Boy was one of the characters I thought about mentioning earlier. Looking at this profile he's playing on, Axe Boy and Feaster were two of those a bit out of meta picks here, but I know we saw a Koa match of Axe Boy from Kakiri on this map, so we'll see how Santa Devil does on it here. We'll hope he does better than Kakiri in that match here, as again, needs a tie, looking for a 3K, and it's going to be Robbie up against Eclipse.
Axeboy, a very interesting pick. He's not that bad on this map. He is pretty good, actually. Just a matter of, can he get the quick down with all the support that they have? They have the Seer's Owl, Priestess Portals, and the Cord Gun. He just needs to get a quick down and make sure that the game stays in his favor and keep that momentum up for at least a 3K to win the game.
Yeah, we'll see what they are going to go for on the spawns here. It's going to be a very quick spawn selection here, as it will be the middle column, Coordinator top right, Axeboy in the right middle, Priestess likely a target option here, but we'll see where he wants to go. He's adjacent to everybody on the area selection screen, so really can try and figure out anything. As we'll see these selections come in here for the survivor talents. It'll be 4 borrowed times, everybody bringing it with them. Mercenary and Coordinator have that tide turner. Priestess and Seer have that knee jerk, alongside, again, 4 borrowed times, and the late game is something that Eclipse must plan for. Again, they need a tie. If they're at a point where they aren't going to get to that end game with players alive, then there's no point worrying about it because they've already lost. So they have to hope the early game goes well for them. They've brought these talents to try and help them out in the end game. Borrowed time on everybody.
Yeah, it seems like with the borrowed time and the 2 ties, if I'm not wrong, they're trying to aim for a tie with at least some win potential into this. And we're going to be heading off into the second half of round 3 now, with Riptide's Hunter Santee with Axeboy going against Eclipse Serves. Good luck to both teams, of course.
As yeah, the survivors definitely going to be happy with their comp. Two pretty solid rescuers and two of those big meta picks in Priestess and Seer. They've been strong for ages. They'll be strong for ages after. And we'll see how strong they are today in this round. As we are moving in, Axe Boy for Santa Devil must tie against Eclipse, as he'll already get going into the middle of the map here, as it certainly looks like he's looking for Priestess or Seer based on his movements, as Priestess evacuating away, but it'll be a movement. Should have caught the helmet there, or the hood of the Priestess there, so we'll see if Santa Devil does continue onwards here. And yeah, he's already looking at pulling some fire potentially onto this Priestess. Will spot them out here, so Malius gonna need a pretty solid opening kite here. Fire comes out, gonna follow the portal through. Second portal from the Priestess, already using both of those early holy key entrances, so we'll see Santa Devil now entering into chase here against this Priestess. First hit big for the Axe Boy.
That is such a huge first hit, putting Santa into an ideal position, pushing Priestess down into cabin. No items as of right now, and has a fireball speed boost. Can he make it in time? And he does. Gets the quick down. This is a very good position for the Axe Boy here, using the road, bringing him over towards middle, and he can be able to pressure a Cypher right here, the Seer Cypher, in fact. And this is just a good overall position for the Axe Boy.
And yeah, you can tell he's playing with conviction here. Nice chase on the Priestess. Very good early down. 80%, 39, 36 on the Cyphers. A new one's going to get started up here as he is putting peepers down. He's putting trees down. He is getting everything ready as much as he can to defend this Priestess. Another road going to come down here to help him get around the local area as he is looking for a fireball. It is going to be the Mercenary coming in, so even if he gets the double hit, it won't be the down immediately, but rescue comes out. Priestess now going to get to the back of the building. Axe Boy just going to take it down again, really trying to catch up to the Priestess. Road going to come out here to try and catch up to the Priestess here. Is going to go for it. Drops down a peeper to keep better track. Fireball comes in. Perfect hit by the Axe Boy. Goes in for it. Gets it onto the Priestess. Max presence now as Priestess going to go down on the back wall for the second chair. One Cypher popped. 50, 36, 39 on the others.
The Serbs need to slow this game down if they want to keep pushing for a tie. Axe Boy cheering on yet again another Cypher. Seer can't catch a break here. And it seems like someone else is going to be going in for the rescue. It will be Coordinator with the tide again. He needs to not get hit on the way there. Gets the fireball. Well, that's not the fireball. Gets the cord gun. And now gets the free rescue. It's just a matter of, can they do anything about it? Priestess needs to win this power mind game. Gets the owl in time and the pallet throw. She does have one portal. She uses it up right now and tries to make huge distance. Axe Boy following right behind.
Yeah, I mean, that's really good work by the Seer. Figures out that the Priestess isn't going to win that mind game. Gets the owl in time. Fireball almost connects to the Priestess as Mali is going to try and rotate around. Another tree going to come out here for the Axe Boys. Priestess forced to go inward here. Road going to come out. They vault the window. Actually tried to get the hit there, but will catch it on this second turn. Priestess is going to be eliminated here. Sent back to the manor. Two Cyphers popped. One at 90. One at 60. Coordinator, no gun to work with. Seer, no owl to work with. Can always generate another Mercenary injured. One elbow pad remaining here as it's a nice setup here for the Axe Boy. Again, doesn't care about a 4K, only wants 3. 3 will guarantee the win on the spot, as we'll see which way he is going to go here over toward 13. Coordinator now maybe in a bit of danger here. No Tide Turner, no borrowed time help coming in anytime soon.
Gets the fireball! And now Coordinator out in the open trying to get it to the 3 pals, but he also sees Seer out there. Seer doesn't have too much to work with. What is Seer doing? Can he get away? Axe Boy gets the hit! They will be pushing a new Cypher, but everyone is damaged now. And the Cypher over here can't be pushed as they're kiting on it. Gets the fireball! Holy!
Yeah, this is going to become
in a very good position for the win.
Yeah, really unfortunate for the survivors here. Merc and the Coordinator both injured. The other non-rescue are going to get chaired here, so they are going to go ahead and heal. It looks like the Coordinator is healing up the Mercenary there upstairs, and again, fireballs coming out, roads coming out. You see the tree system that Santa Devil has set up here. He's going to try and get everything going here. Does still have the peepers. Could maybe consider trumping if he wants to. Is Merc going to use that final elbow pad to try and get over to this rescue? Again, it is a healed Mercenary, so he is going to be able to get the rescue no matter what, as hit comes out onto to the Mercenaries. We'll see which way Santi wants to play. Did already set up a road over toward the rescue here. Mercenary gonna come out now. Charge hit comes out. Perfect onto the Seer. Nefero gonna go down, and it's getting even worse for Eclipse here. Exactly the target Santi should want there, as it will be Seer back on chair. 3 ciphers popped, 69-55. Seb backing away. It's an injured Mercenary close. It's a far coordinator, both injured, no items, and they have to play this game almost perfectly from here on out to try and get this tie, as again, the game and the tournament starting to fall apart for the Eclipse survivors. Seb gonna get spotted out here, takes a hit, needs the rescue now.
And he blocks with his body, and now Merc doesn't have enough distance to make it in time. Wait, does he get it? He swings?
He's too slow.
He hits the mark before he finishes the rescue. That body block was huge, and he gets it down. And it seems like this might be over for Eclipse serves here.
And yeah, Mercenary, I think he could have gotten the rescue. Maybe it looked like he was fast enough, but he just didn't instantly start trying to, as we'll see it. Seb get dropped here as Axeboy trying to catch up to the coordinator again. Even if he lets this final survivor out through the dungeon, he gets the win, but he wants another 4K. He wants 15 points from his half, and he is going to go for it, as we'll see him move over to the coordinator here. 13 then spotted out. The marks are going to be found. Fireball being held out here is 13. Going to try and get away over the window here. Fireball
almost
comes in.
That fireball
now in danger. 13 trying to follow it out in the graveyard here, trying to just true kite at this point. Nothing else to work with. Charge hit comes out, misses. Nice by 13. Another attempt. Pallet goes down, not going to get the hit through it. As 13 back around to the back side of the map here, going to try and get behind the graveyard. As Santa Devil should be able to confirm this win at this point, but we'll see how it goes. 3 ciphers pops, 91-69. Ciphers are good, but it's not going to matter here. Now coordinator dodges the fire, goes down. Both survivors are downed. Mercenary does have the exit path, but again, they need to get both of these survivors out of the map to have a chance of getting further in the set. And again, it just shouldn't be possible here. Coordinator being brought over could put him on a chair here, but we'll see what Santa Devil wants to do. Is just going to drop them down once again. Knows where the dungeon is. Tram in the way. Don't run into the tram, Santa Devil, as he'll wait it out. Not going to get hit by that one. Pulls the fire for the speed, and he's back on a track to try and find Mercenary. They know that healing is going to be 99 to Mercenary. We'll see if he decides to pick himself up soon, as Axeboy should be able to find him out here. Yeah, Merc. We'll see what the play is going to be here. Merc not going to pick themselves up here, just going to pick them up naturally. Thinks they can potentially struggle off as Road comes out. The Axeboy going to get the chair here, and it's going to be a sprint back over to the coordinator, who needs to now stall out for about a minute and get to the dungeon. Coordinator picks himself up here. 13 going to try and make it happen. Moving on to the final play. Santa Devil going to put down another tree. Road's almost available here. It is going to go toward the coordinator. Coordinator trying to follow away, but they have to go the path of the road to get to anything. Santa Devil fireball gets the hit on the coordinator. Another 4K for Santa Devil. 15 points from this hunter in 3 rounds, and it will be another set of 4Ks here in the round. Congratulations to Riptide as they win here 2-1, and they'll move on.
And congrats to Eclipse for playing such a strong game, pushing them to round 3. Very, very fun matchup overall. But congrats again to Riptide for winning. Santi Devil getting 15 points on his side. Good game.
And yeah, really well played by Riptide. They didn't even have a chance to lose a round. Santa Devil 4K'd every single game he played. They got 4K'd by that Dream Witch. They 4K'd the Breaking Wheel, 4K'd the Disciple. They were able to get a tie against an Opera Singer. Then we saw more 4Ks from the Wax Artist and the Axe Boy. But at the end of the day, the Opera Singer is the sole fault in the entire series. It gave the 1-round win over to Riptide. It's the only time the Hunter did not pick up all 5 points, and that 1 7-2 round is enough. Riptide take the set, eliminate Eclipse, and we'll see them again in the round of 8.
Yeah, and Riptide moving on to round of 8. First team to move to the round of 8. And yeah, top 8 team now. Very, very fun matchup to
Yeah, congratulations again to Riptide, as we'll see them again there in the quarter final. Of course, don't know exactly who they're going up against yet, as we don't quite do a bracket draw. We do have a random draw, so still not even sure who I think any of their opponents are. WW and Sky have had some various situations at the exact moment, but we'll wait for an official decision and official announcements on that one. As we'll move on over, we'll wait out for the moment, as it will be the first quarter, or the first round of 16 done. Our first team in the quarterfinals is Riptide, 2-1 or 1-0, I suppose, in rounds with 2 ties, and they will take this set and move on.
Congrats to both teams, of course. And yeah.
Yeah, for us here at the IDV Premier Tournament, that will be it for the moment, as we'll send things off. Be sure to keep an eye out at 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. Eastern. We'll have IT versus PMO here, of course, on the main stream here. So
That's
while
me.
obviously I won't say don't go anywhere, because you certainly should go get something done for a moment, be sure to join us back here in 2 hours. It'll be IT versus PMO, and I believe you might have a little bit of a hand in that one, Frick.
Yeah, I am in that matchup for IT, so y'all better watch. All right, but very
Yeah,
fun
I won't
commentating with
quite be
you.
with it. Yeah, definitely been a pleasure. Make sure to come back in 2 hours to see Mr. Scott try and get a win over the side of PMO, as we'll wish both teams luck in that matchup. But for us, for the moment here, Riptide versus Eclipse. Riptide move on in the round of 16. We'll see them again in the quarterfinals sometime next week. But for us, I've been Colonel Cass. That's been Scott. We've been here with Lolzy. We've been your commentators in production for this matchup. And thank you all in chat for joining us. Congratulations to Riptide. Unfortunate for Eclipse, played very well, but one unfortunate half went out of their favor. But for us, that'll be it. Thank you everybody for joining, and come back in 2 hours for some more IDV gameplay.
Woo! Bye bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the next matchup of the round of 16, where previously it was Riptide versus Eclipse, where I'm very tired right now, but where we saw it go all the way to round 3, in which Riptide had won their matchup. This time it is going to be PMO versus IT. I am joined by the wonderful Milo. How's it going?
Hey, I'm really excited to see these matchups. It's been a bit since I last commentated, so I'm really eager to see how this goes. Considering the last set went to round 3, that must have been pretty exciting for everyone to see. So let's hope this matchup can be just as exciting.
Yeah, 100%. We are here once again with the match being PMO versus IT. PMO, I believe they had actually beaten Alloon in what was very close, which I didn't really get to see much of it since I didn't stream it, but the Iron Thorns matchup against Team You Know Who I got to see, and it was a pretty quick 2-0 victory for Iron Thorns. So if you look at it from like that perspective, Iron Thorns do have that advantage.
Yeah, no, for sure. Like, just by hearing that alone, it seems they are a very capable team, so we're just gonna have to wait and see how they perform against Team PMO and then vice versa.
Oh my god, my mind just went blank. Anyway, so, yeah, I am running on little to no fuel right now. Literally, I've got, like, a bunch of, like, Coca-Cola with me, so, like, the thing is, it's 0 sugar, so I'm not, like, ugh, like, anyway, but, yeah, we're currently waiting on, the other referee to get in very soon, but, other than that, I think we can get to talk about a bit of, you know, what you want to see personally from this matchup, like, any survivors, any hunters, to be precise?
Well, in terms of survivors, I'm always hoping to see Seer. But in terms of hunters, you know, it's always exciting to hope for those non-meta picks, considering these aren't exactly, like, these matchups aren't, you know, aligned with, like, Koa in the way that it's always going to be, like, super professional and whatnot. So we're always going to have a chance to see, like, off-meta picks. I recall last week there was the double Mad Eyes in round 1, and that was pretty exciting. So hopefully we'll get to see something like that again.
I could not believe I was streaming that one.
That was crazy.
Yeah, the thing is, like, I actually thought that, like, I remember, like, seeing that, and I thought, like, the first, like, Mad Eyes one was, like, a complete joke until I realized they actually locked it in, and I was like, wait,
yeah,
what actually happened there?
Oh my god, yeah.
But I'm pretty sure both of these hunters don't play Mad Eyes. I know one of them definitely plays, like, full meta, but then the other one genuinely don't remember who they play. So it is definitely going to be interesting coming forward. But in terms of survivors, I'm trying to remember. I don't remember. My mind's gone. My mind is gone.
No, it's okay. It's okay. But yeah, honestly, besides Seer, especially considering he's so often banned, besides him, I'm kind of hoping, because a survivor that I really like watching in tournaments, but that I personally haven't seen a lot of, at least from, like, when I've refereed or commentated, is Gardener. And, like, I know she's used a lot in, like, opera singer counter teams, but besides that, it's like, I don't know, I just think she's really fun to watch, because it's like, it's also a matter of like, you see, like, her ability to, like, break the chairs and whatnot utilized a little less in the bubble, obviously, and it's kind of interesting to see, like, how they'll utilize the bubble, like, you know, priming it and whatnot, or just using it for distance. So yeah, it's another survivor I'm really hoping to see. I like watching Gardner gameplay.
Yeah, we actually saw a Gardener in the previous matchup, I think. I don't...
Really?
Yeah, I don't think it was that utilized, to be fair. It was against Opera as well, so...
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
But the Opera, I believe, yeah, the Opera got a tie in that matchup, I think.
Ooh.
But yeah, if I go quiet at any point in chat, it's because I am literally doing multi-management, so just imagine the silence is something completely different.
Yeah, don't even worry. I I got this.
Yeah, I'm just waiting on the referee to get ready, and I believe we are going to be doing coin flip as well, so
Oh yeah.
it looks like it is going to be heads. PMO picked heads, so PMO will get to choose whether they want the map ban or map pick.
Yes, I always like seeing this part because it's like me personally, like I know things about whatnot like hunter side and survivor sided maps, but it's always intriguing to see like trying to like guess why a team would want to ban or pick whatever map. But because there are some maps that are like I said, like survivor hunter sided, but I've seen a lot of what is it, like ever sleeping round ones in the matches that I've watched, so you know.
Right. Yeah, I mean, from what we'll see, I think they're going to type out their answer very soon, but
Yeah.
in terms of picking maps, you normally want to pick a map that'll benefit your hunter, since
Yeah.
at least within this meta, right? Obviously, the buffs and nerfs have already gone through, so as, you know, Peddler, Meteorologist, and Archer, but they're not available in this tournament still.
Mhm.
However, one of the big things that normally you want to see is a map that's going to be really good for the hunter. So you typically think of maps like Ever Sleeping, in some cases Chinatown, Leo's, even Arms Factory to an extent, but at the same time Arms Factory is so balanced that survivors will just have a good time on it as well. So you really want to try and go for those type of maps, depending on who you want to pick. And it looks like they're going to actually ban a map. That's interesting.
Yeah, usually you would see whoever wins the coin flip wanting to pick them out.
But yeah, it looks like IT is actually going to get map pick, so that's actually very interesting. So they are going to ban out the Moonlit, which that does make me think. That does make sense. I mean, Soul does typically play a lot of the Goatman Hullabaloos like first round. I mean, it's standard.
Yeah.
Like, unless you're like a hunter who specializes in one character and one character only, you're always going to see, you know, Goatman Hullabaloo first round.
You know, for sure. Like they're just so safe, I feel like.
So it looks like they are going to be doing Leos. Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what I expected. Leos is pretty solid for both Hullabaloo and Goatman, yeah.
Yeah, no, I feel like they are going pretty safe for these like round ones, like banning a map that's good for the hunters, but also like picking one that may be good for the hunter. Just like, you know, like not really like leaning to one side depending on what faction it is they're going to be choosing.
Yeah, so we're going to be seeing which faction that PMO are going to start on. And they're going to start on Survivor side. So they're going to allow the survivors to come out first, and I guess this actually does make some level of sense. Sometimes some hunters will actually want the survivors to go out first in the event that, you know, they can get a tie, a one-man, or anything of the sort. And I think this will definitely be very interesting here.
Yeah, no, for sure. I feel like so far, before even the picks and bans phases has begun, we're already seeing like a slight divergence in like what we're used to in terms of like who picks, who bans, you know, like what faction goes first for what team. So it's gonna be interesting to see what these teams want to go for the round one picks and bans.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it already, I feel like they'll want to try and get the very, very obvious picks out of the way. They'll probably want to go for the Gravekeepers, First Officers as rescuers. You may even see the likes of what's the face? What's his name? I completely forgot. actually slept at all. No, I did.
Oh my
I
god.
did sleep, but it was a little bit like, a little less.
Oh yeah.
But either way, we are waiting for the survivors to get into that matchup very soon. But yeah, who was I thinking of? Yeah, there you go. Embalmers, your mechanics.
Embalmer, yeah.
You're typically like really tie-heavy characters, so that you can
Yeah.
gain some sort of momentum. Like you might even see like some novelist gameplay, especially since I mean decoding is the aim of the game. He has the decoding buff, below 50%. So on the cipher, I do think that I mean the chat's going fucking crazy. I know we're technically a little bit behind, but chat ain't behind. So other than that, yeah, we're just waiting for the survivors to come in. But
Yeah.
I have no idea what I'm thinking. I actually have no idea what I'm thinking. But yeah, we're still waiting.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is for the future chat. What map has the best cipher layout? Because typically, like you want to choose a map that also has like really good cipher layouts. Like an Eversleep, and even Arms Factor has a pretty good cipher layout. It's very simple to learn.
Yeah.
So like, what is like the best cipher layout in general? Actually, Milo, what do you think?
God, this might just be my bias speaking because it is my favorite map, but I really like Eversleeping's cipher layout. I feel like everything's like decently spread out enough, but also close enough together to the point where if you need to like alternate to a different cipher or whatever, like you have that ability. I feel like, God, because I play a lot of duo hunters, right? So I often get to see like more ciphers being on the map at once, and even when I see like more ciphers on the map, it still feels like really good. Like I'm like, oh yeah, there's a cipher there. Like there's one in graveyard, there's one outside graveyard. Like there's always gonna be like one near middle, whether it's like near the 111 spawn with the dungeon, like, or there's just the one like like smack dab in the middle.
Yeah.
Like I feel like Eversleeping just is good when it comes to ciphers because, like I said, like they're spread out enough because it is a larger map, but it's also like I feel like they're not hard to memorize because a lot of the time you'll get at least one cipher that's near like a dungeon spawn too, which I think is pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, we don't even need to say what the worst one is. That one's very obvious, but
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a whole different conversation, but it's very obvious. So, yeah, but I mean, we're still waiting on this. What's going on?
What's happening?
There's. Oh, a sec. Let me just. What would you mean you didn't get an invite? I don't think the referee added them.
Oh.
It's okay. I can add one at least.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I was just like waiting and like I was worried that like the referee like might not have had the shares added or whatnot, but it's just like miscommunication from what it looks like. So yeah, just waiting on the survivors to get into the match. Just a little bit of patience is all we request for now. There they are. Oh, immediately I'm already recognizing some of these usernames. It's gonna be interesting.
Oh, yeah, there we go. So yeah, the survivors have now come in. We're just gonna be waiting to start the match very shortly.
Mhm. In the meantime, just while we wait, a couple of my friends are in a different server right now, streaming this live stream because I'm commentating, and I find it really sweet.
Oh wow.
They're having like a watch party.
Oh, and someone got timed out.
Oh. Yeah. Oh yeah.
I
I'm monitoring the chat right now.
I don't even know what's going on. I'm not even bothering the chat. But I've got people on it. It's fine. But like, yeah. So I think what I do want to see here, I do want to see some, you know, good gameplay. Yeah. Okay. It is on. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna be heading into the picks and bans now between PMO and IT. Getting us underway here with the Seer and Magician ban.
Wow, immediate. So yeah, two reliable like survivors for when it comes to like with Magician more so for kiting and Seer for kiting and support, hit blockers too.
Yeah, looks like Perfuma is being hovered as well as the Gravekeeper. Okay, so this is interesting. So the Perfuma typically is decent against the Goatman. However, against Hullabaloo, not so much.
Yeah, really not good at all.
Yeah, so like maybe they're banking on the fact that it's going to be the Goatman, as we can see Puppeteer being the ban here, so that's interesting as well. Professor will also be the choice here. They're they're really gunning in, hoping this is going to be the Goatman.
Yeah, and there's the mechanic. So 3 out of 4, and I mean, if you think about it, like if mechanic is first kite, and if they know how to do the bot body block, that's 4 out of 4 tanks banned. But with another tank banned and picked in psychologist, I mean.
Yeah. Oh yeah, psychologist there. So
yeah,
I do imagine that Hullabaloo could be the best pick here, but I do think that the bans over there definitely seem more Goatman heavy bans, I guess. I mean, Seer, Magician, and I mean, to be fair, any one of them can work against Hullabaloo so easily, so I do imagine that Hullabaloo could be the target, target pick here, but overall, I do think we probably will be seeing the Goatman, but I wouldn't be surprised if we do see the Hullabaloo here, since it does do pretty well, other than Gravekeeper against his own.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's like the bans make me want to think it could be Goatman, but it's also like against this comp, you very well could go. You could go either way. I feel like, because both hunters are just good in general, but specifically with this comp, like I feel like either would be a safe pick.
Oh yeah, there you go. So the Goatman. Okay, so this is going to be very interesting. Now, Soul is a brilliant Goatman player. Probably one of the best I've seen, and I know that Schmitty gave him a bit of a shout out at one point as well. So everyone was trying to sign him at one point, but he stayed at IT, he stayed true to the IT people, and
wow,
we can see here the spawns probably just going to be like the simple cross spawn. Yeah, there you go. Oh.
Yeah. Oh.
I don't know if Perfume. I actually understand this. So Perfume. Oh, okay. So that's interesting. So the Goatman is going to be spawning over next to the Gravekeeper here, and I mean, any target is possible. Yeah, I feel like.
Yeah.
I feel like realistically, the best chase, I would argue, is either Perfuma just purely for presence, or you could go after that Gravekeeper for some extra presence with the shovelets.
Yeah. No, I feel like everyone here besides Professor is good for like presence farming at this rate.
Oh, and it turns out I'm apparently quiet. I'm gonna have to shout a lot because like otherwise they can't hear me. So like, anyway, so yeah, I'm gonna try and be a little more energetic. Just like not scream, but like I'm gonna try and do something here.
You got this. You got this. No sleep. You got this. Either way.
Absolutely. So we are gonna be heading into the game now. First round, first half between PMO versus IT. Winner of this matchup goes to the quarterfinals, where they will face off against who knows who. Let's get started.
Yeah, very exciting. We're gonna be heading into right into this match, and we're gonna see who the Goatman's gonna want to go after. Seemingly heading towards middle, where the Gravekeeper initially spawned, but yeah, no, it does look like this Gravekeeper might be the first. Oh, yeah.
I mean...
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I feel like they will just leave... oh, can they get the... No, they can't get the hit there, but, I mean, it would have been a shovel hit anyway. Gets out the shovel very quickly. We'll be heading over to the Psychologist in Factory as...
Yeah.
They're just racking up resentment right now. They don't need to use any cages. They don't need to, you know, play rushed here, but it looks like they are gonna... Are they gonna lock it off? They are gonna lock it off. Brilliant hit onto the Psychologist there.
Really good. Yeah, it is important to note that this Psychologist does have full kite, so that's flywheel effect and knee-jerk reflex. So she does have resources to work with to hopefully get a long containment alongside that extra hit that she does have with her stress. But that's going to be another really good hit from this Goatman, as Psychologist does alternate towards the next kiting area. She does have a scale to work with as well.
Yeah, I mean, she also used the flywheel there as well, so she doesn't really have that much. Yeah,
Oh, that's going to be a bit... Oh, down with stress, though.
This... It is a pretty fast down, all things considered. Chaired next to one Cypher can easily harass Gravekeeper's Cypher there, as Gravekeeper will probably be this next target here, trying to get that stuff rescue. Abnormal's that Cypher.
That's abnormal.
Yeah. Like, it's a very popular trait among Goatman players. It just kills the progress of the survivors so much. We see, interestingly, the... Okay, not gonna get the hit. Oh wait, they
Did the chair?
I don't. Did he? No, I think he might have hit the scale. I don't know.
No, but that was attack recovery though.
Yeah, I think you still get attack recovery from it, but I don't really know. Oh, we'll go through the gate here, and yeah, now gonna be down.
There we go. That's a hit down.
Yeah, it's gonna be 2 Cyphers remaining now. No, sorry, 2 Cyphers. Oh my god. 3 Cyphers remaining. 2 Cyphers done, sorry. As, it looks like, yeah, I mean, they're gonna start proxy camping here, I imagine. They're gonna...
Yeah.
Did they... Oh no, no one got damaged there. Alright, we'll be getting this, Oh, not gonna get the hit there. Not gonna get the hit there either. Not gonna get the hit anywhere. Oh, now still not gonna get the hit. We'll get the chip hit,
my
but
god.
It's... I don't think they're gonna make it.
No, there's no way you make that. Yeah, just secure it. Just gonna lock off the chair. So that is gonna be Psychologist sent off with 2.5 Cyphers remaining. Going to be changing from the Gravekeeper though, seemingly heading towards the vague direction of the Professor, who's on a Cypher right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've started every Cypher on the map as well. So, oh wait, they went through there, and now. Well, yeah. Oh my god. Oh yeah, there's another abnormal hit there. Yeah, there we go. And that's gonna go down to 30% as all of the can't vault over that pallet there, and will get the hit, and that is. I mean, this just looks like a 4K. There's been 2 abnormal usages. There's been. Although not a lot of pressure from the Goatman, there has been a lot of pressure from the Goatman in terms of the Cyphers. Like, not a lot of damage done, but in terms of, like, just damaging Cyphers, I mean, they've just damaged everything.
Yeah. No, for sure. There has been a lot of, like, not so map... Ooh, that's a good step back, though. Not a lot of whole, like, map pressure, but definitely with the abnormals.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's going to be a Perfumer down. She used one perfume, but didn't take damage with it.
Yeah, they'll go for a double down here. We'll try and bait out the scale here. We'll bait out one scale. Are they going to bait out the other scale? Will.
Very good.
Yeah, very good discipline from the Professor there to use that second scale at that point. And, oh, they got out of the cage.
Heading back for Perfumer by the looks of things, because Professor did manage to get away because he has a... Oh! Okay.
Just take an extra hit there. You might as well. Just damage them as much as you can, and... Now, yeah, not going to step back there, and that is... No? Oh, ran?
Yep.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
No, I feel like at this point the Goatman's doing less chairing and more just pressuring to make sure. Because even though he did get a good lead, switching to teleport to go pressure the Gridkeeper Cypher. Because even though he did get a good lead with the two of normals on the Cypher, is still wanting to pressure to make sure he can secure this 4K.
yeah, but he is stuck there for a little bit, but...
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Perfumers use self-heal, so they can't even get up now. Professor has to go in for the heals here, to try and get them back up. We'll get the Perfumer back up here as Professor makes his way, or tries to slowly make his way all to that, Christmas tree cipher there, and now has been spotted. As
Yeah.
the ciphers overall in total have been like, oh, brilliant job from Professor, actually, getting the cage down just in time.
Yeah, great timing there.
You know, they can't get hit. Oh, yeah, we'll get hit here. And they, Fuma, oh, hold on. If, yeah, Gravekeeper actually does have enough time here, because everyone bar the Professor does have borrowed time here. So we could see... Oh yeah, they're gonna head over to the Perfumer.
Yeah, just pressuring.
Yeah. And... Oh, they are gonna try to head back. They've actually head back. That's actually really
that worked.
Perfumer, yeah. And I
imagine, that worked because it got it closer.
I imagine they are gonna go for... Oh, was that flywheel? Yeah, that was the flywheel. Brilliant flywheel at the very end there. And now they're just pressuring that one cipher to try and get it done as much as possible, but they can only get it done to roughly 60%. The Gravekeeper is going to be staying within that area as the head over towards the Professor, who is the one that doesn't have BT.
Yeah.
And, oh, brilliant. Oh, yeah, I completely forgot about that one, but, yeah, brilliant job from the Professor there.
You know, for sure, the Professor's scale has been really good this match, even if the couple have been baited out.
Oh, gonna be teleported.
Another teleport onto the Cypher. Just doing as much pressuring as he can right now from the Goatman.
Yeah, I think getting the shovel's fine, yeah. I think...
Yeah.
They're actually playing this really well, slowing the game down as much as possible to try and split push to both of these ciphers as... I mean, there's not much Soul can do here, but just try and get onto one target.
Yeah.
But even then, yeah, Soul is going to get that down, and will... I imagine they'll probably try and chair, and I think they should just pop here, personally. Yeah, they're just going to pop here, and... It is going to be, I think it is going to be a 3-man endgame. 1 on chair, 2 still alive, as they are going to be trying to make their way towards the... Oh, does miss.
Oh!
That's very unfortunate, as we are going to be seeing the Professor try to, you know, slightly open that gate, but it's only up to 30% so far. As, have they been seen? No, they haven't. Oh, and they actually just gonna make the rescue.
Oh.
Yeah, just gonna make the rescue here. Oh, they missed the Oh, now they're gonna head on to Professor here. As I'm pretty sure Professor is dead on chair. Brilliant from the Professor there. Nice job. And gonna try and base it out.
Ooh.
Yeah, the Professor has done a beautiful job with these.
Yeah, no, Professor's doing amazing.
Yeah, I mean. I might be quiet, but Jesus Christ, hopefully you lot can hear me, as it is gonna be... Wait, teleport is up.
Oh.
Can they get the gate open in time? That is the main question.
You know, that gate...
No, they can't. Yeah, no, they can't. So they're gonna just split
You know, they
away,
realize.
As now, the aim of the game is to try and, you know, get one out at the very least. Oh, they...
Oh.
Oh.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, just a game of cat and mouse there, as, yeah, obviously Perfumer is, you know, just literally cannot get up, and, yeah, I think this is a 4K, actually, so as much as, you know, there was some good work from both sides here, it's still going to end up as a 4K, showing off how good Goatman is, really.
You know, I feel like the pressure was just like so much from this goat man that even though this like it was a bit of a longer end game before that cipher was popped, it's just a matter of like dwindling down the survivors' resources to the point where they don't have anything for the end game. It's just a matter of trying to like pressure these two gates. But that is going to be crows on the Great Keeper, and Perfumer has no self heal.
Yeah, and there's still a bit to go for that.
Yeah.
Healing time to be a bit.
Yeah.
You know.
It's about another minute or so left, probably, if not more. Great Keeper does have a decoy though, but
Oh, good decoy.
oh.
But yeah,
It's not gonna be enough time though.
Oh, they are gonna. Oh my god.
Oh. Wow.
Oh,
That's
and yeah,
it.
that's gonna be the down, and I think, yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
it will be the
there's
surrender. Still, very good job to the survivors though, taking it all the way to endgame.
For sure, just like super determined to, even if it didn't work out for them in the end, just trying to get anything out of that match. Really good, like, patience and whatnot from the survivors though, just like taking their time with everything, like making sure that their end game can be as strong as possible.
Yeah, 100%. As we are going to be kicking things off soon with the second half of this matchup here.
So yeah, that is going to be a let me just check, make sure. Yeah, it's going to be a 5-point lead for Team Iron Thorns right now, as we're going to shortly head into the round 1 second half. So yeah, just waiting on referees and whatnot to invite the team members, and we're going to be. Yeah, it shouldn't be long before we head in. But no, yeah, very good match that we just saw. Really good from both sides. Super exhilarating for round 1 for sure.
Yeah, I mean, definitely like showing off like the high gameplay, especially of the professor and the other survivors there. Like with the scales, come on, man! Like the scales were just there was something, you know.
They were so good. Like it really isn't every day that you see like that level of like mind gaming, but all like from the goat man to a beta of the scales, but also that level of patience to get the scales off. And I feel like Professor can be a really strong survivor against goat man if timed properly, because there have been situations like in the past in matches I've seen, at least in tournaments, where Professor can scale the goat man and push him through his own cage to get distance, which if a goat man's at low resentment and can't make any more cages, distance can actually be good until that cage is up again. So, yeah, no, really good from both sides there, especially from the Professor. I do think the Professor had the most in terms of like kiting time, screen time, because that gameplay, that was just standard high level gameplay. That was really good.
Yeah, I mean, we even saw it a little bit with the you know, going through getting stunned and going through the cages when the scales were hit. So,
yeah,
you know, they did really good there.
Yeah, that was a really good match. Like it is your standard round 1 Goatman 4K that I'm sure if you watch tournaments, you're not completely stranger to, but nonetheless, it is always a good watch because Goatman is just such a strong hunter. But it's always exciting to see how the survivors manage against him because he is so strong. I've heard around the grapevine that some people are saying that Goatman might be the best hunter in the game due to Hullabaloo's recent nerfs and whatnot. What do you think about that?
Oh no, he is 100%. Like,
yeah,
he's been the best hunter in the game since he came out, in my opinion. Like, it's just his kit. That's all it is. His kit is just so good for.
It's just so strong.
It's just pressuring survivors, damaging survivors, controlling the game. Like it's just really, really good.
Yeah, and I feel like Hullabaloo, despite being like very, very strong hunter in terms of like ranking tournaments in general, those those nerfs like recently did hit him pretty hard.
Yeah.
So I feel like if it wasn't already obvious, I feel like Goatman is definitely the strongest now.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Hullabaloo, I think, still is number 2. Out of all of the, you know, the big 4, let's say.
Yeah.
I mean, going on Peddler, actually. Peddler, for me, personally, isn't really breaking into the top 4 just yet. I feel like... I feel like we'll definitely need to see them in China and Japan to really, like, truly determine whether the... oh my god, my mind going blank. Whether the Peddler, like, is gonna break into that top 4.
Yeah, no, for sure. I feel like a lot of people, like, when Peddler's abilities were first showcased, people were saying that that she was gonna be, like, she was going to, like, knock Opera Singer out of the top 4, but as, like, from what I've seen in terms of, like she's not available for, like, tournaments and whatnot just yet, but from what I've seen in rank, it's like she is strong, but like you said, we're just gonna have to wait and see, because honestly, I've seen, like, a lot of mixed opinions on Peddler so far, but yeah, it's just a matter of waiting to see what JP and China managed to do with her, because I think she is a strong hunter, don't get me wrong. It's just a matter of, like, will she be in the big 4, you know?
Yeah, like, she definitely does need presence, though. I think that's her main issue.
Yeah.
She needs presence, absolutely, and, you know, in terms of overall... Oh, it looks like we're actually going to get started very soon, but...
Yeah.
As I was saying before, like, I think she just needs presence to truly, like, get a tie.
Yeah.
And that's just how I feel about Peddler. Like, Peddler's just, like, a really strong tie hunter, in my opinion. Really strong.
For sure.
Can get you wins if you know, have a really good early game, but you need that early game to be really, really good. Alright, and we are going to be getting into the next matchup, people. Yes! It's so hard to stay awake. My brain is, like, slowly switching off as it's nearly 5 AM and it's already light outside.
Oh my, you got this. Just a little bit longer.
Little bit longer, yes.
Little
so we are
bit
going to
longer.
be seeing the first officer and mechanic ban, very standard bans for round 1s, as
Yeah.
I imagine, yeah, the Gravekeeper in response to this first officer, and we might probably see him ball. No, sorry, Magician.
Ooh.
Oh. Magician? Yes, Magician. Yeah, I mean, this is fine, yeah. Like, the Magician's, like, just really good now for, like, round 1s, especially when you're going against the likes of Goatman, Hullabaloo.
Yeah, no, for
really...
sure, because he did get buffed recently, didn't he?
Yes, he did. Alright, and that's his getting banned.
Just standard. I feel like there was a peer. Ooh, Antiquarian. Immediately is the current hover. Yep, locking in the Antiquarian. Another really good survivor. I feel like, just to have for like kiting harassment, you know.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, they're definitely gearing up for a Goatman Hullabaloo. They're trying to, you know, counter all targets. They're going to be banning the Aeroplanist. I actually do like this ban. The Aeroplanist is very solid as a secondary rescuer, which I don't know if IT do have that, but they're just going to pick the Psychologist anyway, because again, Psychologist, if you absolutely need it, can act as like a secondary rescuer.
Yeah, no, I feel like Psychologist is just like generally a safe pick, all things considered, because like can like tank that free hit, and against hunters like Goatman who can do chip damage, can tank even more hits with that, because you know, like if you manage to take a hit outside of that cage, that's and you still have stress, you still have the extra chip, and even if like after that you take a regular hit, that's only 1 chip damage done. So I think she's just good against Goatman, because she is just like a very safe tank.
Yeah, literally 3 hits. That's that's the main thing. She's not. She doesn't go down in 2. She goes down in 3. Kind of, I guess, like, in a way, like similar to Merc, except Merc still technically goes down in 2, but it's more or less like if you can catch up with them, then it's 3. Oh my god. Anyway, really burped halfway through that. Oh my, that was nasty. But yeah, yeah, we're gonna be seeing what the personas are very soon. But now we're gonna be instantly Hullabaloo, just instantly locked it
Yep.
in.
No
Yeah, I
hesitation.
mean this was expected. Like, you need a 4K, and while Hullabaloo isn't as strong as Goatman, he is still number 2. He is still that second best hunter. by
Yeah,
a
no,
long
like
shot.
there really is no denying that like he is strong. Like number one or not, like Hullabaloo is good. Like especially like we saw a lot of it like this past Koa season, like just showing how strong he really is. And I feel like even with these nerfs, he still is very capable. So it's gonna be interesting to see.
Yeah, 100%.
He's gonna be going in the bottom right corner though, right underneath that Gravekeeper, next to the Antiquarian who's in Factory, as well as the not too far from the Psychologist who spawned middle. So really could go for anyone. I feel like given that this is a Hullabaloo who relies on presence a lot, could go for that Psychologist or the Gravekeeper, or could just similar to last match where we saw the Goatman force out a shovel from the Gravekeeper, only to then immediately switch to the Psychologist. I wonder if we'll see a similar thing happen this match, given that the matchup is kind of similar with two of the survivors being the same.
Yeah, I mean, we could also see here, there are two tides. Magician will have that tide and flywheel available. Psychologist with the full kite build, as I imagine they want the Psychologist to take that kite, hence why they'll go up in there. Probably will go up to the factory stairs, as we are going to be heading into this next matchup, people, with the second half of the first round between PMO versus IT, where the PMO Hunter needs to get a 4K to tie this round up so they have a chance to get into the third round here, as we're about to get into it. Alright, they're going to be heading, going to be straight over to that Psychologist.
Yeah, who, like you said, is going to be alternating more towards the factory, going up the stairs to head into the second story of the factory, though, to get an advantage immedely.
Yeah, and already we can see missing the first surprise here, as I imagine they'll want to try and go for it. No, actually, they're just going to get rid of it instantly. Fair enough.
Yeah, just like get that cooldown back as soon as possible, because like at that rate, you're probably not going to be able to land a clone that would actually get any hits on the Psychologist.
Yeah, I imagine they're going to get one right now. We'll get the black zone onto the Psychologist. Now going to try and get a second zone onto them. We'll actually get the white zone onto them. And now we'll try and get that hit. Yes, they will get that hit. I mean, yeah, this is nothing actually with the... Oh, well, it does get that early presence. Where I imagine...
Ooh, it's a risky game.
Oh,
yeah,
nice but that's a double color though.
Oh, that is.
So, as much as they did get a double color, a pout stun, sorry, it does get traded out as a double color, and yeah, flywheel's away, but will go down. But you look at that already, and that is just some really good ciphers. As missed, very unlucky from Caramel here. As now we're gonna be seeing that's a hit.
Wow.
What? Oh, actually, we'll get pallet stunned, as we're going to be seeing Scott head over for that rescue. Gonna be, I think they should leave Antiquarian. They've done enough damage to the Antiquarian here.
Yeah.
I think they should wait for a little bit. Can they get the Terror Shock? No, they can't.
Oh, no. And that's Tide Turner.
Oh, they're not... They're not really getting anything, and yeah, Psychologists have made their distance all the way back to the factory. My apologies there, I couldn't get my words out, but yeah, I mean, again, wasting time, and now Psychologist has her stress back.
And I didn't even realize she went down with a little bit of stress, and that's big. That's big for taking 2 hits here, even against a full presence Hullabaloo who can get rather quick hits down.
Yeah, absolutely. Misses the hit there, but literally, the Hullabaloo literally can't do anything. They decided to turn the colours, and I mean, IT are playing this so well. Absolutely so well. Yeah, not going to vault over that pallet as they would get Terror Shock there. But, yeah, going to get the black. Now, can they get the white? No, they can't because they got to break that pallet. And, Psychologist's doing a wonderful job kiting here. Not going to...
Yeah, really good job. Ooh, Miss Clone.
I imagine, yeah, there you go. I mean, they've already got the, Oh, it looks like Magician's going to come in for the rescue. I think they should wait for a little bit here. Although, Dungeon...
Oh, that is basement.
Yeah, I mean, they only need one out to win the round, right? But I feel like they will want to try and get that, what's it called? 4-man endgame. I believe they have changed to teleport. Yes, they have. So...
Yeah, that's teleport.
That's not going to be double color. That is going to be a brilliant flywheel from the, we'll actually just, yeah, might as well, because, I am lost for words. I am shocked.
Wow.
Oh, they are actually going to use the, Magician's Wand here, just so they can,
Oh.
Okay. So... That
was a crazy jump.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, the Hullabaloo needs a tie here. You know you can't get that 4K now, because... They are going to use the wand here to gain a little bit of distance, but overall it's... Oh, missed it.
Oh.
Yeah, they literally can't do anything. But...
Wait.
Oh! Yeah, they are going to try and help this... Oh my god, wait. Are they going to go for a 4? No, wait, they're going to go... Okay, yeah, never mind.
Okay,
but even then, it's like, they do need to be a little bit careful here, because it could end up really badly, but I imagine... I mean, yeah, they're right next to the gate, so I don't think it's going to mean too much. Because Psychologist is up now. Probably going to be heading over to the other gate.
He's going to try and force them out right now. Just buying as much time as possible for the other two.
Yeah.
That's Antiquarian out, and that is Gravekeeper out as well.
I mean, I still think they should have... Yeah, they're up, and... Yeah, they're just all going for gate, and they know where Dungeon is. Magician is making their way to Dungeon. If this ends up as a 4-man escape...
Wow.
Then they will literally need to win the next round. They can open this. They can actually just straight up
Oh
open
my god.
This. Gonna be... Oh, no!
Oh!
I mean, yeah, but they'll get Dungeon anyway. Because they're dead on chair.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, no, Psychologist is dead on chair, and Magician knows where the dungeon is immediately, like, booking towards it. Oh, but Hullabaloo thinks he's going towards the other gate.
And the Magician dancing over that dungeon as he will get it, and it is
there we go.
An 8-1 victory in the first round.
Wow.
Phenomenal job from IT. I mean... I said in the beginning when they faced off against Team You Know Who, they were on their A game, but they look even better.
Yeah, no, for sure. I feel like the main thing that I observed during that match from the survivors, especially that Psychologist and the Magician, was discipline when it came to avoiding those terror shocks. Because there was a lot of palette mind games with the clones and the double colors from that Hullabaloo, and I feel like there was a lot of patience when it came to deciding when to and when not to vault. So I feel like that was inevitably what really helped the survivors in the end game, which was buying as much time as possible with those palette mind games. So yeah, amazing job from the survivors that match.
So we're going to be waiting to see if any of the teams want to use any of the subs before we head into the round 2 map pick and bans here, as it is. We are going to be saying goodbye for now to, I believe it was Leo's and what was that
Moonlit
again? Moonlit, yes, Moonlit, yes. Okay, thank God someone remembers it. Looks like there's going to be no subs for IT, as we're going to be waiting to see if there's going to be any subs for PMO. But PMO in a massive deficit here. They realistically need to win this round.
Yeah, no, for sure. There's a huge point difference, which from round 1, if you're falling behind this much in round 1, you really need to pull something, out of your pocket for round 2. Because it is 8-1, right?
Yes, it is 8-1, yes.
Yeah, that's huge.
Like, I don't know, I felt like the Hunter definitely should have tried to chair the Magician and then go find the Psychologist.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, that could have easily ended up as a 4-man escape as well, especially with them, because I felt like they played really hyper aggressive for a situation where realistically you want to try and get as many points as possible, and you want to also try and I don't know, like that. It's I don't know. It's something to think about, I guess. Like, you do really want to try and get as many points as possible, but I don't know.
Yeah, no, I feel like there's a lot of there's a lot of risks taken for that match in a scenario where you would really just want to secure as many people as possible, but the risks taken from the hullabaloo are inevitably what caused that 3 escape to happen. So really good from both sides. However, I feel like the risks and just going for you know, that extra mile from the hullabaloo is inevitably what caused the survivors to get as many people out as they did.
Yeah, absolutely. As we are going to be heading into the next oh my god, I completely forgot. The map pick and bands. There we go. My god.
Here you go.
Yeah, my brain's gone. My brain is gone.
No, you got this. You got this. It's a little longer. Come on.
God, lots of things have been done today when I've been awake. So I'm at the very end right now, but I got to do even more streaming tomorrow, where you'll catch 3 matchups. No, sorry, 2 matchups. I do apologize. One at 3 p.m. EST, going through to 5 p.m. EST, and one at 5:30 p.m. EST through to 7:30 p.m. EST, where it'll be LG versus 637 and MSG versus CNCE. Both matchups
Nice.
I'm actually really looking forward to.
I'm also looking forward to those matchups. I'll have to, depending if anyone needs like me to step in or whatnot. If I don't have anything to do, I'll definitely be on the stream for those.
Oh, 100%. So they are going to Iron Thorns are going to be banning Chinatown.
That's a solid ban, honestly. I feel like Chinatown is one of those maps that's just really good for both sides. I know I like getting it when I play Hunter a lot personally, so I feel like it is strong with the amount of open space and 2 stories there are for a lot of Hunters to utilize.
Yeah, I mean, as I was gonna say before, I think they should pick Eversleeping to more or less counter that Chinatown ban, and they did. So
yeah,
I was gonna say that because, like, realistically, you want to play on a map that's gonna like really do well for you now, because like you need like because this is their map pick. Iron Thorns won on their map pick, so they want to try and go on to Eversleeping to try and make sure they can get some points behind. Like, even if they get a tie here, the points deficit is still going to be huge, but realistically, like, they should try and go for this round win. And
yeah, no, for sure.
I mean, yeah, we're going to be... I would not be surprised if IT decide to go Hunter first, just to try and get that 4K from the get-go.
Yeah, no, for sure. Because of the huge difference in points, they're probably going to have to they're probably going to have to at least for Team PMO.
Actually, no, this makes sense. So, IT Survivors are going to be going first, and the PMO Hunter is also going first. And this makes sense. They have came off the back of a really good round, well, really good half for them, and oh my god. Anyway, I'm not good, man. I ain't good, man. But no, honestly, I actually think this is actually a pretty solid choice here to go for IT Survivors here, simply for the fact that they did so well in the round 1 that they'll be very confident going into this, like really confident.
Yeah, no, for sure. Like, I feel like the Survivors going first does just make sense because, like, it's not even really a matter of like getting a ton of people out at this point, because it's like IT just has such a strong lead that even if they only get 1 or 2 people out, it's still going to be good.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for all we know, they could try and tie it completely. Like, they could even just try and go for the one-man escape, knowing that Soul can easily... Although, to be fair, like, the PMO Survivors did do very well against Soul, just very unfortunate that the amount of damage they took at the very end there kind of did, like, mess them up. But I believe we are going to be starting very soon. I just need to check some stuff, because I'm also doing the game making. Yeah, okay, this is it. This is it. Okay. We're going to be heading into the map pick and ban. I mean, what? Wait, the character pick and ban. Anyway, yeah, so it is going to be the... Oh, I mean, Priestess is still being hovered, so I imagine Priestess is going to be banned here.
There we go. Just
yeah,
standard Priestess here.
Yeah, standard Priestess and Seer here, as I imagine they're going to be wanting to ban the Go-Man here, just try and get rid of the... Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't remember what the PMO Hunter plays. Yeah, this will be interesting to see, as we're going to be seeing Fire Investigator getting pulled out here, which makes sense, especially when you want at least one person out as well. Because again, the aim of the game here for Icy Survivors is just get one person out, and there you go. Fire Investigator, First Officer, two very solid characters when you're wanting that, you know, that goal.
You know, for sure. Ooh. Could be banning out the barmaid, though. I'm not sure why barmaid would get banned here. No way they're going to. I was going to say, if they went Doctor, that is a throwaway pick. That is a massive throwaway pick. I mean, unless you're expecting like Hermit or Joseph or like Mad Eyes, like.
Honestly, even if you are expecting those, you still, in my opinion, shouldn't even pick Doctor. Like, Doctor's such a weak.
Just so weak.
Yeah, as we are going to be seeing the puppets here make their once again return to the ban list.
To the bans, yeah.
As now the Knight is going to be pulled out here. Okay, that's
there we go.
interesting. So yeah, so I imagine Knight is just going to be like some extra support here. I don't imagine that's going to be the main rescue here, since we do have First Officer. Although we could see Knight with like a Flywheel Tide, possibly.
You know, very, very, very possible, because Flywheel Tide is actually, from what I've seen, a pretty common, because I feel like most Knights either go Tide or Flywheel, with the former being a lot more common.
Yeah, 100%. As we are getting the personas locked in and ready, as we won't know what it is until the survivors lock it in. As they do, yeah. Oh my god. Yeah. If you're the PMO hunter here, against this team comp, to try and get a 4K, who would you play here?
God, against this team comp, because I feel like there's just a lot of strong characters in general, and with the Goatman being banned out, it's like my first thought would just be to go for one of the characters in the Big Four, so you know, Hullabaloo, Ivy, or Opera. But it's like, really considering the stakes right now, it could be anything. We're just gonna have to see.
Yeah, I mean, they could try and pull out Wax here. You could try and go for a 4-man or no-man hunter, like a Hermit, like a Break and Wheel. You know, maybe you... Yep, there you go, Break and Wheel.
There it is.
Yeah, so they're going to try and go for the 4-man, no-man strat, where, realistically, the only issue I see with this is, I imagine IT know how to fucking tight guy Break and Wheel, right? Like,
yeah.
I think everybody like knows how to do it. Whether you can do it is a whole different matter. But like, especially with Knight, if you're not careful, you can end up being very predictable. But I've never seen them play Knight personally, so we're definitely going to be seeing some options that they're going to bring. I imagine, are they going to? This is interesting. Okay, this actually makes sense here. Putting your, realistically, the weakest target in Graveyard, especially against a Break and Wheel, is actually fine here. I think putting your 3 strongest characters in that line will do wonders here. Because, you know, if you feel as if you are going to get hit by the spike, pop a watch. Even if you feel like you're going to get hit by the spike as a fire investigator, you pop that ball out. But as Knight, you just gotta hope and pray, you know?
Yeah.
So realistically, Knight is low-key, like, the best possible target in this, you know, area, because realistically, you do not want to be chasing that psychologist there, even in wheel form.
Not in a, especially not in a split place of graveyard. But on that night, I'm kind of shocked to see he has instead of the flat wheel and tie like we expected, has a borrow time and knee-jerk reflex. So what do you think about that?
I don't think they. Someone tells me they didn't expect the breaking wheel. I don't think.
I have a feeling.
Yeah, I don't think they expected the breaking wheel to be pulled out here, so they are gonna have to rely on the tight kite here to try and get them ahead. However, I mean, with what we saw from the last one against Hullabaloo, like if we saw that against Hullabaloo, what can we possibly see against this breaking wheel? As we are going to be heading into the second round, first half of this matchup, as the PMO Hunter needs a 4K to keep PMO's dreams alive in this tournament, whilst IT, realistically, they could just go for a one-man escape here and allow Soul to try and get that 4K, as we're going to be instantly seeing them go for that first officer.
You know, immediately just heading right in towards middle. I feel like at this rate, it's really a matter of seeing if and when that first officer.
Okay.
It's gonna be changing immediately.
This is what I expected. Like, I think he's made the call there to not chase the first officer there. He was in a really good spot and gonna get the spike immediately onto the Knight here. And this is what I was saying, right? You don't really want to like the second spike. And now, can I get the spike? I mean, what is he going to do here is the question. And, yeah, he's just going to wait it out. But now, and then, yeah, that's it. Yeah, that is such a quick down for this,
That was so fast.
for this Knight. And, yeah, this is what I mean. Like, you've kind of had to hope and pray there. Unfortunately, did kind of run into the Hunter for that second spike. But we're going to be seeing the first officer make their way into... Oh, I was going to say, did they lag for a little bit? But no, I think they just genuinely ran into the wall.
Yeah.
But, yeah, going to be making that free rescue there. Not going to get the spike onto this first officer here. Going to get the... Oh, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant from Breaking Wheel here.
You know, for sure. Just immediately getting that Knight down off the chair. Like, just so fast. And Cyphers are looking pretty... Well,
weak.
there's one finish, one's about to pop, and another's at 32.
This is pretty weak. Like, although to be fair, like Cyphers, like at this point, like in time, will probably go as fast as they possibly can. But you see the amount of Cyphers that are being done so far. I don't think there's even there's at least 4 Cyphers done, right? So they at least have an extra Cypher to be done. As we're going to be seeing the first officer make their way over in for this next rescue once more. As yeah, now they're going to be getting... I mean, yeah, they could just go... Oh, actually, didn't get the... Oh, wait, they didn't get the thing. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant from the Breaking Wheel here. Although, am I tripping, or is Blink a part of the ability list? I don't remember.
I thought it was.
Yeah. I must be tripping unless it somehow registered the hit first and then the ability? But I don't know. They are going to be making their way over to the corner house here, as they are just going to instantly... Yeah, I mean, look at that. look at that. Just blocking the stair there, as they are getting done... Is that... They're not even... Oh, okay, they're getting the 10% Cypher done at Island, which was Knight's previous Cypher there, as they did see... No, they didn't see the Psychologist. Psychologist very well hidden, as...
Yeah.
We're going to be seeing the first officer hide away, although maybe they want to take the kite here.
You know, for Cypher still has both watches, and that is going to be the first watch pop. Really thin... Oh, no, that's going to be the first spike. The really thin line there drawn, because just barely dodged that first spike. That's going to be just alternating. But oh, I see. You know, it's going to be a missed trap, though. I see what the wheel did there. Tried to forced that second watch pop to avoid the hypnosis, but then just immediately came back with a wheel form. It's going to be down onto the first officer, though, pretty quickly.
Yeah, very, very quickly as the first. Okay, so, I mean, look at the ciphers here. They've left the Cornerhouse cipher to be done, I believe, by the psychologist here. But if you look at the ciphers here, it's kind of like, I wouldn't say cipher locked, but like, if they're not careful, they could end up cipher locking themselves if they don't like rotate to areas like Graveyard. But I believe Graveyard is the home of the basement as well, so we are going to be seeing. Can they get? Oh, they actually got last.
Oh, super close there.
Oh, but they're not able to get it. Oh, okay, so they didn't actually get it in time. So yeah, so that's really good from the Yeah, now, yeah, so Cypher's popped. One more Cypher remains, as now the main thing that they need to try and do here is try and get at least one of the Cyphers to be done here. We'll get that second spike. We'll try and... Oh, does Flywheel?
Oh.
Flywheel's into nowhere, as I imagine we are going to... Yeah, we're going to be seeing them chair right next to the Cypher that is at 60%. The other Cyphers,
Yeah, no.
not really much, as, again, like, Breaking Wheel, I mean, this is the power of Breaking Wheel still, like, because it's not like he changed, it's just the fact that Flywheel exists, right?
Yeah,
Like,
no,
he's
for
still
sure.
a very strong hunter if you know how to play him correctly, and now we're going to be seeing,
Oh.
going in for the Fire Investigator rescue already. Brilliant kiting from the Psychologist here. As now, I believe they're going to go back to doing the Island Cypher. Yeah, that's the first officer doing the Island Cypher. Although,
Yeah, I feel like...
oh,
Hmm.
I don't think they've noticed. Oh, yeah, they're not, not going to be able to get the next spike there, as we're going to be seeing the, are they going to throw that pallet down? Brilliant pallet storm to keep
really
them
good
alive.
pallet
And,
storm.
I mean, look at the Cyphers. It's actually getting done real quickly. Going to the Island
Yeah.
Cypher, but that's not the Cypher that's being done right now, despite it only being 62%. Because you got a 90% Cypher, you got a however many percent... I mean, yeah, this is the 90% Cypher. Brilliant pallet storm. That's the pop.
This is pop.
So they do. That is a brilliant comeback from the first officer here. Wait, they're just gonna wait. First officer's just opening the gate for free.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why they're doing this, because like that was a free chase. They have no watchers. They have no. You have detention, and now going to be going for this
There we go.
blink hit, and that is going to be the tie. Arguably what they wanted, realistically.
Yeah. No, for sure. I feel like... God, I feel like there just wasn't enough pressure in the end game from that breaking wheel, which is inevitably what led... Because the survivors had two Cyphers going at once, which is really a good decision against a hunter like Breaking Wheel who can just move across the map so quick and so easily.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like at the very end there, you know, when the Fire Investigator was getting cheered, I feel like they should have just left the Fire Investigator on the floor, allowed them to use their self-heal, or even, you know, get healed by the first officer, and go in for that Psychologist. I feel like that's what they should have just gone in for the Psychologist there.
Yeah. No, I feel like there was a bit of indecisiveness from choosing a target there towards the end, right? Because after that Cypher pop happened, that was just, like you said, free gate from that first officer, because it was really just a matter of deciding, because all the survivors' resources were used up at that point. Like, there was no watches, there was no ball, Psychologist had no more stress, so it was really just a matter of choosing a target and accepting that's probably going to be a tie. It was really well played, like really good comeback from the survivors, I feel like.
Yeah, absolutely, because it looked grim, like at the beginning of that at that point of the game, but you know, especially with the quick down as well, survivors locking in, making sure they get what they want, and I imagine they did want that tie. I imagine, obviously, of course, they'll always want more, but
yeah,
you know, they're still, you know, locking in, you know, trying to get as much as they possibly can, and getting what they need to get there. A tie is really, really good for them.
Yeah, I thought that tie was plenty considering the situation that everyone was in. God, no, that was a really good match. I feel like there was such a weak early game, but such a good comeback from the survivors. Just like I feel like working on both like two ciphers there was really just the right decision. But either way, I feel like there wasn't enough pressure onto the other cipher being worked on from the breaking wheel, which was inevitably the downfall which caused the two escape from the survivors.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think,
But,
like... I mean, now, when you think about it, Soul can go anybody from the meta here.
Mm-hmm. You know, I feel like, God, depending on who's banned, like if like Hullabaloo or Goatman are banned, you still have like the big like the three of the big four left, and there are a bunch of viable tie hunters that, like, while they are tie hunters, like we have seen, like my first thought was like Disciple, for example, who can really like if you get a good early game, I feel like, because she's just so weak with like low presence, because there's like the lack of resources and whatnot.
Yeah.
I feel like can really have a strong end game, like once that presence is built up, and once, like if pressuring is done right and whatnot, especially for a hunter like a Disciple who's more of a chase hunter, I feel like you for sure can get a 4K despite her being known as one of the stronger tie hunters.
Yeah, absolutely. There's also the backside here, as we are going to be getting into this next matchup.
Just right away.
Survivors need a tie or more to get it to round 3. More survivors out means they win the round. But once again, we're seeing that Seer and Magician band.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll ask you this. Do you think they should try and bring out the Priestess here?
On a map like Ever Sleeping, I feel like Priestess would be a safe pick. It's just, it's so big, there's so many good portal locations, so I feel like the fact that she isn't immediately banned is a good opening for the survivors.
I mean, Forward is being hovered over here. Not the worst choice in the world, although it looks like Forward Mechanic. Okay, Forward Mechanic, okay.
Yeah.
So Mechanic's really good here. They at least want a tie out of this. Forward is actually really stable in terms of like getting your ties. You pull off the stuns really well.
Mm-hmm.
But we're going to be seeing the next ban coming from Soul here.
Fire Investigator, that makes sense. On a map like Ever
Yeah.
Sleeping, I feel like Fire Investigator, like we saw last match, is just a really strong pick on a map like this, where there's so many, like, you know, thin hallways almost. There's the Priestess, yep.
Yeah, there's the Priestess pick here. I mean, I think they kind of need to take it at this point. They need to try and sorry, I was responding to someone. But yeah, I was saying, like, I do feel like they need to take the Priestess here, only because of how dire the situation is. They need somebody who can actually give some really good support here. And the Embalmer's banned away, so they're gonna ban another really good tie character here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like Embalmer's just like a safe ban because you can just definitely secure like one or two people out, like you said, like a tie survivor. That is going to be the Merc hover.
So are we back in Koa 4 or like what's going on? Like Merc forward pick is actually fucking insane. I have not seen this comp in a long time.
Wow, so many old survivors.
This is an old school comp, ladies and gentlemen, and like I'm here for it. I am absolutely here for it. I started the round on Koa 4. You know, and not like in terms of like fucking comp, but like I started the whole game round about Color 4.
Yeah.
So like, this is really, really intriguing to see. I love it. I love this fucking game, man.
You know, no, let's see a Koa 400.
Literally, we could see like just Dream Witch or something like again over and over and over again. You know?
Oh my god, yeah.
I imagine they'll probably go for Opera or Ivy here.
Likely.
Opera,
yeah.
There you go. Yeah. Absolutely. Although, yeah, Opera actually does really decently, I would imagine, against this comp, no?
You know, because that's 3 distance pullers with a forward priest and mercenary, especially from the forward, who can just get so much distance if you decide to pull enough of your ball.
Yeah, and even then, like, if the Opera is fast, like, does really well with the dashes, like, they can just catch up with him so easily.
Yeah.
So, mechanic in mid, that's, okay. That's very cool.
Do they want them to actually take the guy?
Maybe? I'm not entirely too sure, although, okay, this makes more sense here. So,
Yeah.
we
Yeah,
are
that
gonna be
makes
seeing the, yeah, okay, this makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
I imagine they'll want to try and have, the... Oh, gonna spawn at the bottom right here, as I don't believe they expected this, spawn. Maybe they did, I'm not sure, but, yeah, who knows, maybe this comp will actually cook up something, like, spectacular, something delicious, you know?
Yeah, no, I'm so eager, because I feel like Opera Singer just, like, does well against this comp. Like, not necessarily like a full counter, but does super well, because, like, Priestess is just good in general, but Mercenary and Forward, like, they're just standard distance pullers if you want to, like, chase them, you know? Which this Opera very well could do. I feel like you wouldn't want to chase a Mercenary, but against a character like Opera Singer, we can just get all that distance back. If worse comes to worse, you could just do it.
Yeah, I mean, this is do or die. They need a tie.
Yeah, for sure.
And like, like, it is slow decoding though. That's the issue.
Oh yeah.
So like, if they do manage to get the support off really well, then yeah, you can argue the slow decoding is just like a slight defect. But if it goes horrid, and there's a quick down, that defect is gonna be really bad for them in terms of trying to get that tie here, as we are going to be heading into what could possibly be the final half of this round with the Opera Singer on Ever Sleeping, and instantly, what? Instantly teleporting right into the face of the Opera, probably trying to say, try and kite me or something, I don't know, but yeah, now now we're going to be seeing the, instant hit onto the, oh wait, are we seeing, wait, who is that?
Priestess.
No, there was someone else there, I didn't know who. But like, yeah, that was a quick down. 2 ciphers, unless, are they going for, no way they're going for harassment, surely. What is going on? They missed! Oh no!
God.
Wait, they can go, oh, Palt's on here, yeah. Oh, I think they should have waited a little bit, but like, that's... already, I don't like what they tried to do. And look at what the Opera has. No, it's not abnormal. Excitement.
Yeah.
And, like, yeah, already harassing the, I believe that is the mechanic, yeah.
Yeah, that's nice.
So, I mean, they can't sell here. Like, this is the thing. They cannot sell. They have to try and rescue, because if they do an after-half rescue, then... I think the game, I hate to say this, I don't like being negative in this situation, but like, the game's gonna be over. Because the Opera's almost ready at full presence. He's gonna try and, you know, harass this forward here, try and get him away from the ciphers, as I believe that mill cipher is on 69%. As now we're gonna be seeing the mercenary come in for this rescue. I think it's a little too late. I think you do need to try and get as much time as you could possibly can. As, yeah, that's just going to be the hit. Like, instant hit and an extremely late flywheel there.
Yeah, and it's not even like we're going to be able to see harassment from forward because Opera Singer has excitement.
Yeah. It's, do we see... Oh, they are going to heal the forward, at the very least. So... one person's already dead. We have got roughly... I mean, if you do the maths here, it's what? Roughly 1.5 ciphers done by technicality, I guess?
Yeah.
Or by mathematical equation or whatever. But, like, right now, 5 survivors, ciphers remaining, and already they're going to be making their way over to the mercenary because they are full presence. I mean, if they... That was that's not a great elbow pad there, as... they are... gonna make that distance. Now that is a way better elbow pad there.
There we go.
Distance, but they just ran into the mechanic.
Yeah,
gonna flywheel that. not going to be able to hit them in time, but they are going to be getting
There we
that
go.
hit now as... Yeah, this is... Oh, does miss the dash, actually, but does still get to hit. That's basement.
Ooh,
It's basement,
Yeah,
and
that's it.
I think they should take it. You might as well, because you need to guarantee a
Mhm.
tie for your team here. And although, by the looks of things, yes, the dungeon is going to be getting revealed, it's in a situation now where you need to try and do as much as you can possibly can, and the bot... Oh, no. Can Mechanic... No, Mechanic, I mean? The Mercenary does create a decent amount of distance with the elbow pad here. Gonna throw down that pallet, as now it's just a mind game at the chair. Gets the
That's
hit,
it.
and they can't rescue him.
They can't, no, because...
And they...
Yeah, and their second saber popped, yeah.
Yeah, and the bot is just running away for its dear life. Misses the bot. Can they get the hit on the bot? No, they can't. Now they still don't get the hit on the bot. And now
There you go.
There was the terror shock there. And now we're going to
Yeah.
be seeing them try to get to the forward here, as they are going to be getting... Oh, good storm, but the excitement.
God, I'm just trying to think of what the survivors could do in this situation, because I feel like, well, obviously, opportunity is slugging the mercenary already, so
Yeah.
and the forward has a hit. There's just no way they'd be able to get dungeon here. It looks like this is going to be a 4K.
Yeah, even if they do try and get dungeon here, it just won't matter, because they needed a
It won't
tie.
matter.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, unless they do manage to pull off... I mean, it's a sleuth... Oh, went back a little too much there, but still going to be able to catch up so quickly to that forward. I mean, the speed.
Mm-hmm.
They are going to play with the food a little, as they are going to get the hit.
There we
And
go.
now, the mercenary trying to get some level of decoding progress done, trying to get the ciphers done as much as they possibly can. As, to be fair, one of them is at 70, and I think that is... Oh, no, I think that might be... Is that the mill cipher?
I can't tell.
Oh, I'm going to check real quick.
It-
Yeah, it is the mill cipher.
Yeah. Yeah, no, because I think they were working on that site, if I remember.
Yeah, so...
Yeah, just immediately just beelining for this mercenary.
Yeah, and they don't see where it is at the moment. Dude does see them, and that is the hit.
Wow.
And, yeah, I'm not...
Yeah.
I mean, the game is over, but
Mm-hmm.
still, commendable result for PMO here. It's not very easy going up against these type of teams, as you know, these are the top teams that you do need to face off against at some point in tournaments. And I mean, IT so far, I mean, every opponent they've gone against, they've dealt with very cleanly and 2-0 fashion.
For sure, just very strong team, just really strong gameplay. Like, as we've seen today, really strong gameplay from both sides, but like you said, IT just really bringing it home when it comes to securing as much as possible, like from the Hunter and the survivors. And that's just going to be switched to Blink. Oh!
Elbow pad!
Wow.
They are going to try and maybe... Oh. They could just use the, yeah.
Yeah. There we go.
They are going to...
That's 2 mind games, 1 from this forward, though.
Yeah, that's true. Good flywheel.
Nice
forward
flywheel.
there. Oh, but
That's it.
does disrespect that pallet and will go through the pallet, and that is game over.
That's it. Yeah, neither survivors have self-heal, and that's the surrender.
Yeah, so
Wow.
there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. IT will win this matchup. I believe it is 15-3 in points. 2
Wow.
rounds. And yeah, phenomenal job from IT. They look really strong for this tournament. I mean, you can tell they've been practicing for this. They really want that echoes. They really want the echoes.
Sure. For sure, yeah. No, God, I feel like that wasn't even really a matter of, like, the survivors playing back. The survivors played good. Like, that end game, really, like, the mercenary and the forward just striving for as much as possible with that end game, even if they knew it was likely over at that point. I feel like it's just a matter of that first down. That was so quick.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, both situations had really quick downs. I think it was just the fact that they weren't able to bounce back from Opera's gaining momentum, and maybe you could argue that it's the fact that Opera as a character is just better than Breaking Wheel, but
For sure.
at the same time, it's like both had really good momentums, but I think maybe it might be the experience as well. Since PMO is a relatively newer team, IT has been around the scene for quite some time, obviously under a different team, name, but overall, congratulations to IT and commiserations to PMO, because, I mean, the matchup with that professor, boy, that was really good.